Hello, everyone. How are you? What's going on? It's MJ. Welcome to Prime Time on a Saturday night. Lovely to have you here. Gareth is with us. He is making a cup of tea, a cuppa. I made myself a nice pumpkin spice coffee. So, how is everyone? There we go. Now you can hear me. How's that? Hello. Happy Saturday night. So I think my microphone was off, but it's MJ. You're at my channel called Reading This Life. Gareth is making a cup of tea, so he'll be right back with us. And it's awesome seeing you guys here for a prime time on a Saturday night. What's going on, Gola? It's good to see you. Chatty will be sleeping. So hello, Chatty. We'll see you next time. Alan says he's going to be here. Alan says Gareth likes a late night. Yeah, we know. You can hear me now. Yeah, I forgot to turn my microphone on. It happens. So how is everyone doing? How is everyone doing on this beautiful, beautiful October evening? It is a perfect fall day here. It is rainy and cloudy and windy, and it's just a great day to stay home, stay inside. All the colors are popping, which is awesome. Here you go. Just turned off a Hendrix record. Oregon's. Oh, yeah. I think Penn State won, though. I think so, right? I think. Let's see. There we go. That's better. Doing great. Good to hear it. Garrett's not back yet. So how's everyone's October reading month going? Hey, Greg, what's going on? Good to see you. I think we're going to talk a little bit about Occult Detective October. We're going to talk a little bit about movies. We're just going to get in like an October vibe. 'Tis beautiful. I love reading in the rain. Yeah, it's a good day. I was kind of working on a home project, but I didn't get much reading in at all. But it was just a lovely, lovely day. Greg! All right, here comes Gareth. There he is. What's going on, buddy? Hello, my friend.
You all right? I need to adjust where I am. Hold on. Look there.
Move right, to wherever you got to move.
I know. I've got a very small stool here.
That's all right. David Olive's here. Woohoo!
Oh, that was a fantastic live stream you did.
That was so good.
It was brilliant.
When a lot of us get together like that, it's like a big group hug. I love it so much.
Yeah, and when it's your first one, you are thinking, oh, how do these buttons work? And is it working? And is it? Yeah. It was great. It was absolutely brilliant.
For sure. And then we're on the 1K watch for you tonight. I think it's going to happen tonight. I do. I do.
Well, you said that, and then I lost one, so we got to not jinx it.
Oh, come on! It's going to happen. It's going to happen.
But it would be nice. It's that thing, isn't it? I mean, what are numbers? But it's a lovely round number, and it does mean a lot, doesn't it? So it's all good.
It's just validation that 1,000 people love your content, you know. And once you hit that number, it's like, okay, I got 1,000 people behind me, man. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's true, and it was awesome celebrating that with Dave earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And Olive is so chilled. It's just wonderful seeing Olive in a chat like that, a live stream like that as well. Because obviously, with a video, like whether you filmed, you can kind of film it again if something goes wrong. If like you might do videos where Olive just runs off or whatever. Mm-hmm. But she was just really chilled, wasn't she? It was brilliant.
Yes. No, I'm telling you, she runs that show.
I'm trying out a new ring light at the moment, and it's on this massive tripod thing. And the old one I had was a much smaller one. So I'm kind of looking up, but I feel a little bit like Lemmy at the minute because I'm like doing it like this.
Don't strain the neck, man.
I won't sing like Lemmy.
All right, let's see.
Yeah.
Garrett says, oh wait, let's see. William's here. Finished an anthology book in just 4 days. Not bad for a slow reader. That's excellent, William. Great job.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
Alan says makeup looks great, Gareth.
Did you say I was trying to do my makeup?
Dave and Olive say thanks. Really appreciate you all. Really appreciate you all coming out. Jess is here. She says hello, everyone.
Hi, Jess.
Greg says yes to Occult Detective October. People are saying
Yeah,
hello
really enjoying
to
it.
each other.
We'll talk about that in a minute.
Yeah. Alan says, where is it? Dave's live stream was excellent. Yeah, it really was. It was very chill and very nice. I'm telling you. It was just so good. Good job, Dave and Olive.
Just as Jess is there, I'm about to, after we've done this, I'm going to do the Stephen King book tag thing.
Yeah.
Jess started. So there's been a few people doing it, and I haven't been tagged, but I'm going to do it partly because I've just got all of my Stephen King books out, and I've done a video on those books. There's 51 Stephen King books that I've just got out, and they're all like they're everywhere. So I thought it might be a good chance to do the Stephen King tag as well, because I've been doing this library tour that's not really been shown yet, because I've been doing these unhaul videos.
Okay.
And because so you might have seen some of that. And because so much of those books I kept, I sort of saw that as like the start of a library tour. So I've just been filming loads of other books I've got. So like it's like there's about 25 videos or something of me doing these library tour things. So
awesome.
Today was I did 2 today, my Richard Matheson books and my Stephen King books. So yeah.
Very cool. I'm still on a I haven't read Stephen King cover to cover streak.
Oh, you've never read a Stephen King book properly?
Not properly cover to cover. Nope.
I thought you read didn't you read Cujo?
No, I bought it. I have a bunch, but I haven't read them yet.
And you haven't read Carrie?
Nope. I bought it.
Oh, okay. I remember you asking, it might have been in the last time we chatted, you asked which one to start with.
Right, I haven't touched it yet. I'm saving for the Read What You Won't challenge. That
was the one I started with. That was the one I started with. Night Shift.
That I have that, but I never finished it.
Well, it's a short story book, so in some ways you don't have to finish it. But yes, it's got some good ones in it. I think it's one of his best. Yeah, I was saying that sort of bollocks in the video I just did. I was like, that's one of his best. I think if I liked it, I said that's one of his best. I kept saying that's one of his best. Awesome. But there was quite a few I hadn't read though. So I haven't read 51 books, but I've read quite a lot of them.
Nice. Let's catch up and see what people are saying. We got a lot of chatter going on here. Let's see.
Awesome.
Dave says, Gareth, you're at 990 any moment now. Gola says, this month's reading is going great. Started Tolkien's The Story of Kullervo. Nice. Dave says, I'm not going to lie, Gareth. Watching you on Haw is physically distressing to me.
Yeah, it was physically distressing to me as well. I didn't like doing the unhauls, but I just thought, I counted my books because my wife has always said I've got too many books, which is fair enough because we haven't got the room and most of them are in the loft. And I did have too many, but then I thought, well, I'll count them. And when I counted them, and then I very quietly said to my daughter, I've got 1,800 books. And she was like, Jesus. And when my wife tried to guess how many, I hope she's not watching this. She doesn't normally watch these kind of things. Yeah. If she guessed, when she did try and guess, she was way off. She was like, you must have about 700 books. And I'm like, yeah.
Oh my gosh. 1,800. That's great. I have no idea how many I have. When I started BookTube, I had 415. So I'd say it's probably 700 easy by now, I'd say.
Yeah. Well, I've already got rid of a bunch of books in my 20s. So I kind of started collecting books when I was a teenager. So after about 8 years, 10 years or something, I got rid of loads. And now I've kind of collecting them again. And it's just hard, isn't it? And like, obviously that's what the read your own book, read what your own challenge is about. And I've got so much that's unread. It makes perfect sense to do it, but it was just really like stressing me out. And I was like trying to read short books, and then I'd go, oh, that's another one, and I'm not reading what I wanted to do, just reading what was short, and it's just ridiculous. So I've got to find a different way of dealing with the fact I got too many books, because I have got too many books.
Yeah,
but
you can never have too many books. Don't believe the hype.
Well, I haven't got enough houses then.
Need a bigger house. Oh, let's see. Gola says, also got a new book on the history of Dune books and movie. Ryan Brits,
nice.
the spice must flow. The melange must flow. Love that.
Yeah, I can't wait for the second film's going to come out soon, isn't it? Can't wait.
April. I think March or April, because it was supposed to be November. It was supposed to be in November.
Yeah,
They pushed it back with the strike.
didn't they? Yeah. But I was also going to join in the your group read of June, and then in the end, it was mixed in with, we were reading something else. Was it in the middle of short? It's in September. It's in the middle of Shorty September as well. So I was thinking initially, I thought, well, I'll do like about 10 days of Shorty September, then I'll start June. And then in the end, because I had a really dodgy start with Shorty September, because I read a book I didn't like.
Yeah.
It was like, actually, I need to just crack on and try and get through that, and then read June later. So yeah, I've read June, but I haven't read it for a long time. So I wanted to reread it. I wanted to reread it for you guys, but
I think some people are going to start reading it like the June thing was September, October, but I think people are like stretching it out, carrying it on. I know some people are starting it in January. So there's a lot of different waves going on with the Dune thing.
Yeah, and I think obviously your idea initially was to do it before the film came out, and obviously the film's been delayed anyway. So
so we're all just taking our time.
Because they're taking their time.
Yeah. Let's see. Jess says, thank you, Gareth. I titled it The King of Horror Stephen King tag. Just tag me to let me know you did the tag.
Yeah, I will do. Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to it. They're great questions. And it just allows you to, I've been trying to get towards doing a second Stephen King video anyway, because obviously I've done this one where I just go through the books, but I did do my 10 favorite Stephen King books like about 2 years ago.
Nice.
So it's fairly early on in the channel, because I've been doing BookTube now for 3 years. So it's quite early on, but I wanted to do a second one, and I was reading books with that in mind. It was like, if I read it and I thought that is going to be a contender for the next 10 I was going to recommend, I'd keep it downstairs, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I've got about 8 probably that I could say are worthy of that kind of video. But I haven't got enough yet to do it. So it'll probably end up being that next 10 recommendations will probably end up in like January, February or something.
Cool.
But yeah, but the tag is really cool, because you can just talk about Stephen King in other ways, because it's questions like, when did you discover him? What was your first book? What was the last book you read by him? That kind of thing. So it's cool.
Nice. Let's see. Alan says, I'm going to read King's 11/22/63 soon.
That, just spoilers, that's the book I finish on when I go through all the books, because that is my joint favorite. I've got 3 favorite Stephen King books.
Okay.
And 11/22/63, Needful Things, and Salem's Lot.
Nice.
Those are my 3 favorites.
Nice. Let's see. Dave and Olive say, I recently found a vintage first printing paperback of Night Shift in the Wild. A nice step back cover. Ooh,
nice.
I didn't see that.
That's awesome. Yeah. Well, that came out because he is one of those paperbacks from hell people, isn't he? I mean, my copy of Carrie is just, I love the cover of my copy of Carrie. And it was at the height of that kind. I mean, he's probably to blame for that big surge in popularity for that kind of horror, isn't it?
Yeah.
So he's definitely part of that paperbacks from hell thing. So the step back cover thing, there'll be loads of examples of that with Stephen King, won't there? If you can find them.
If you can find them, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Let's see. Kevin says, I'm reading Duma-Key by King now. Glad I caught the stream. Just came back from a Manhattan and Cold Springs, New York boat tour. Wow, that's awesome.
Oh, nice. That's awesome. Yeah, I haven't been to New York yet. I'd love to go.
You will.
Yeah, I'll get there.
And when you get there, I'm going to meet you there.
Yeah, we'll go shopping.
Yeah, it's only 2 hours away from me. We can do it.
That'd be awesome.
Let's see. Dave says 1,800. That's almost twice what you need to actually qualify for a library. Yeah, you got 2 libraries. I got 2.
I know. I've got rid of about 300 in those videos. In those, like, there's 9 videos where I went through them all, and it ends up being about 300 I got rid of. So
yeah.
So I mean, since then I've probably bought about 100. So I don't know, but yeah, you sort of do your best. You try and please your wife.
Yeah. My husband hasn't gotten there yet. He's just like, I said, listen, they're cheaper than an expensive handbag. And he's like, okay. I'm like, it's okay. And like we go like I went book shopping twice last weekend. He was fine with it. I'm like, I got this. Don't worry. Read what you won't challenge. I'll be getting rid of some.
Yeah. Well, I thought I was going to get rid of some of the Garbogus ones, but I haven't really got rid of many of those. So
no. Well, don't forget, Garbogus 2.5 will be here. We'll blink and we'll be talking, the halvesies in February.
Yeah.
Alice is here. Y'all in the chat, you need to subscribe to Alice's channel like now. It's next level. Like it's so good. It's so good. And he's awesome. He's an awesome human being. He says, hello, MJ and Gareth and everybody in the chat. Good to see you all.
Hiya. Yeah, good. Thank you so much for popping in.
Alan says, I've lost so many books in my life. Alas, everything's material anyway. Yeah, that's right. We're all living in the material world.
No, absolutely. Yeah.
Gareth and MJ, you can thank BookTube for your book buying addiction. No, there's no lie there. That's 100% true. Did you see that video I put out during the week? Blame it on BookTube. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of those coming in the future.
And it's that thing in it where you'll be quite happy, like just wandering around looking for a specific thing, and then you'll see something that relates to something that another booktuber said, or an event that you know is coming up, or an event you're in the middle of, and you go, "Oh, I'll get that as well."
Oh, yeah.
And you wouldn't probably have got that if it wasn't for this beautiful community.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. It's a good thing. It's just something to try and keep an eye on.
Yeah, for sure. I bought three Kindle books today. 3.
Oh, okay. Well,
do I need them? Do I need them? No, but I know that I'm gonna be going through a famine. It was. They were good. They were good ones though. But yeah, 3. I mean,
what I like about the idea when people are like, there's lots of you guys going, well, let's like spend the next couple of weeks buying some books so that we don't end up wishing we had certain books. And I love the idea that someone might buy 100 books in the next couple of weeks, and then they have to go, right, I have to read 100 books before I buy one. And they haven't really cancelled themselves out.
Oh my gosh, that would be so good for next year's challenge. You have to buy all of the books before you start the challenge. It would be like the feast and famine edition of the Read What You Won't challenge. You have to buy them like the month before.
I might be up for that version.
That'd be so much fun. All right. Let's see. Alan says, love the Day of the Dead mug, MJ. Thank you. It's my Dia de los Muertos.
That is an awesome mug. I've got Daffy. Hold on. Can you see that? No, you can't see that.
No, but there you go. There's Daffy Duck. Yeah, cool. Okay. Nice. See, William says, honestly, I don't know where my books end and someone else's begins. I run a library with my mom, lets me pick books from her bookshelf she never reads. Yeah, it happens, right?
Yeah, that's cool. I'd share it with your mum.
100%.
Yeah. It's nice when I see someone at work that reads, and then because actually, if I got it to hand, one of the Stephen King books that I talk about was a gift from someone at work, which is really nice.
Nice.
And then she just knew what she'd seen on my channel that I'd mentioned Stephen King, and she said that she had this copy of Under the Dome and she didn't want it anymore. It was like pretty much brand new, so I don't even know. She must have read a different copy because she said, "Do you want it?" I said, "Yes, please." And so that's how I got Under the Dome. Yeah. So
that's awesome.
It's nice when colleagues read as well,
Yeah.
I mean, it's funny because I work in a college, I've asked the English teachers to if they're up for doing a video of their top 10 novels.
Yeah.
And some of them are up for it. Some of them don't really want to go on camera, but some are up for it. But they're all going, we can't pick 10. What's the matter with you, Gareth? And they don't. That's the difficult thing rather than getting them on camera. But because they teach English, I thought it'd be quite nice to do it,
I thought that'd be cool. Yeah. Convince them to do it.
Yeah.
Let's see. Alan says, of all the things I've lost before, I think I miss my mind the most. Jess says, this is the perfect time for you, Garrett, to do another Stephen King video. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, true. Well, I'll be doing your King one anyway, so.
Greg says, I'm ready to start Dune Messiah end of this month or November. Yeah. And it's shorter too. I've never read like any of the Dune trilogy, but Messiah is shorter than Dune, so it shouldn't be too bad.
One of the things I might have said this last stream. If I did, I'm so sorry. But one of the things I wanted to do was to get my my kind of musical partner, the guy that's kind of closest thing I've got to a brother, who's was like obsessed with Dune, and he could talk about it. He does talk about it for ages in massive detail, and he's like, he'll break down the books and why certain things happen and why it's so great, and
awesome.
It's brilliant listening to him talk about it, and it would just be quite nice because he's full of enthusiasm as well. You know, he's one of those people who's, you know, it's very rare for him to say something negative, so he's just a really good energy in that, you know. So I was going to try and get him on camera, but he's not massively into being on camera, but yeah,
that'd be so cool.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
Let's see. William says, also, some of my books on my own bookshelf are my wife's, and I'm not interested in them. Hey, to each their own.
Yeah.
Let's see. Greg says, I remember the step back cover of Night Shift being sold at a drugstore when I was in high school.
Cool. Well, it's like a drug, isn't it?
Yeah. Dave says, my wife gave up trying to stop the endless tide of used books. Yeah. Sometimes you just have to give in, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I would say it doesn't normally cost that much money. I do like buying new books, but most of the books I buy are like a couple of quid, you know.
Yeah. I love book shopping with you.
Yeah, it's awesome, isn't it? Yeah.
So much fun. No, wait, hold on. I forgot to post this. Did you support it? Wasn't it Bookshop Day in the UK today?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't know about that.
It was like Indie Bookstore Day.
Oh, well, I did go to when did I go? I went to I went to a charity shop down the road first, and I went down to Fratton, which is another part of Portsmouth, and I did go in a second-hand bookshop, and they told me actually that I'd sold one of my books, which was pretty cool.
Awesome.
Yes, because they sell new local authors as well, new books of local authors. Sounds really good. But I did buy. What did I buy there? I bought. I bought some Richard Lehman. So that was a bit weird. I don't know what's wrong with me. But it's weird because I was going to say, and I was thinking about doing a video about this. Where is it? I did think that it was interesting that the Traveling Vampire Show, which is the one I read for
Garb
August. That stayed in my mind. It's not great literature, it's got to be said, but it stayed in my mind. And I was going to do a video on books that stayed in your mind. You know, those books that, you know, what they sit there and they kind of,
they take up space in your head.
Yeah, and because there's, I don't know if I've got access to it. Yeah, I have. Hold on, I'm gonna make a white mess now. But this book here, which is it's more than a graphic novel because it's got a fancy name because it's like I can't remember what they called it, but anyway, this book here, Electric State by Simon Stanhope.
Yeah,
it's an incredible book, but the artwork really kind of, I don't know, it's weird because I just thought, it's just beautiful artwork and that. Hold on, I'll try and find an example. But hold on, can you see that? Hold on.
Yeah, just push it over a little bit more. There you go. Yeah. No, we see it.
Yeah.
So cool.
So it's like it's a fantastic book. It's a really fantastic book. But what amazed me about the book was it's got this really weird sort of morbid, sinister tone to it. It's like the aftermath of a kind of cataclysmic invasion / technological disaster thing. It's not really that it's not that obvious what happened.
Okay.
But the mood in the book really stayed in my head for like a week. It's just really interesting the way that books do that. So I was going to do a thing about maybe this one and about going to mention Rich Lehman and a few others that maybe didn't stay in my head, and I can't remember a thing about them, and yet I remember I liked them. And it's just a weird thing about, because I did a video recently about how soon a book grabs you and what makes a book kind of connect.
Yes, I remember commenting on that. Yeah.
And I just think it's kind of good to try and look outside the box a little bit and think, okay, well, let's have a look at books in this way. And I just think it's kind of interesting, because I just realized today that when I was looking at those Rich Lehman books, that book did play on my mind. I think it's quite vivid, even though it's obviously still, you know, classic sexism or whatever, but
Yeah.
there's something about the imagery in it and the fact that I think possibly the way he characterized the kids as well in it that was quite successful, probably. I can't believe I'm praising Richard Lehman, but yeah, I don't know, it stayed in my head, so I was just thinking, you know, it might be an interesting subject for a video.
Yeah, definitely. All
You know,
right,
we have to find out what my 940 subscribers, because everyone's left by now.
no,
See what they think about it.
Somebody stay on Garrett's sub watch. Let's make sure. We should
Sub
have like a
watch.
little
I love
countdown thing.
We,
Like the big channels
could
doing
do
they
it,
hit
be
a million.
like one of those marathons. We just stay on until it goes to 1,000.
Yeah, we're not going to sign off until you hit 1,000. Keith, put
It'll be here for
a
days.
copy on. All right, let's go. Let's see. Another bibliophile reads. Greg says, my wife thinks buying books is much better than buying classic. Yes, it's much better than buying classic cars for sure.
Yeah, I'd be a lunatic though, because I don't drive. So if I bought black classic cars, they'd be like, why are you doing that? You can't drive it.
I wouldn't want to drive in England. Whoo, man, that's dangerous.
Yes. Smaller roads, more turning.
Public transportation is the way to go in England for sure.
We drive on the wrong side of the road, don't we, as well, which doesn't help.
Yeah, but I don't mind that. That's fine. Jess says to Ellis, your channel will blow up in no time. Your first video was great and professional. Heck yeah, it was. David Olive says, right, Greg, eventually they realize there are much worse things we could buy books. Yep, for sure.
Yeah.
Ella says, thank you, makes me smile. Awesome BookTube friends like you believe in me. Let's see. Greg says, Dave, I had to pay for a finished basement for my books when we moved, so maybe there is a big cost. You're welcome, Alice. Telling you, you're gonna blow up, buddy. Let's see. Oh no, is it really? Dracula with Keanu Reeves is free on Pluto TV starting today. Did you know? Did you see that I met Keanu last week?
Yeah.
It was so nice. He was so nice.
Awesome.
And then and then I come home and Sunday night there's a Matrix marathon on and I'm like like you know what I mean? Like you just can't believe like that stuff happened in your life. Bananas.
You're like, I'm gonna go see my buddy in the Matrix, isn't it?
Yeah. Hey, what's going on? Good to have you here. Ellis, when is your second video coming out? I think it's gonna be his newbie tag. Kevin J and Duma Key is a wonderful King book. Wireman is one of my favorite characters. How do you like it? Everyone is saying hello. Kevin, do you have a channel? Hello. Everyone's talking. Filmed a couple of videos today, and I will post when they are edited tomorrow or next day for sure. Good.
Awesome.
Yeah. Helen says this is my third live stream today. That and college football for me. Yeah, that's a good one. My husband's watching college football now.
Yeah, thanks Al for tuning in. I wouldn't. We were joking earlier about how people might be a bit fed up with live streams today because there's a few going on.
There's so many good ones, but it's like a convention with your friends. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
I don't mind hopping in and saying hello in different live streams. Like, come on, this is what we do.
That's brilliant. Yeah, I love it.
Richard Lehman, gotta love him. Yeah, you gotta love him. Thanks, Em. Thank you so much.
Gotta love him.
Penn State, they blew the other team away for sure. Gola, I got back into comics recently. I bought the first 3 issues of Titan Comics, Conan the Barbarian. Also picked up an omnibus of the first series of Dark Horse Comics Alien series. Ooh, that sounds
nice.
Good. I love aliens.
Yeah. What was I watching? There was a video about David Fincher's relationship with Alien 3, because obviously he directed Alien 3, and I think that's underrated as a. Is
that the prison one?
Yeah, I really like that. Yeah, it's really cool. But David Fincher directed that, and he's always quite an interesting director. But it wasn't what he wanted to do. They changed it loads. It went through. I mean, all of the Alien films went through loads and loads of changes as they were going through pre-production and getting loads of different versions of scripts and all that kind of thing. But yeah, that one changed a lot from what David Fincher wanted to do originally. Yeah. So yeah, it's kind of fascinating story the way those Alien films changed.
And I'm telling you what, I remember being a small kid and Aliens came out during the summer. And on the news, they would just show the line for people waiting to go into that movie. Like the lines to get tickets were like insane because it's almost like Star Wars. You can see the photo of the movie poster in your head. And like you're so glued to it, like you need to go and find out what's going on in that movie, right? Because it's so striking with that green egg and it's like glowy and everything.
Yeah. No, the first one's still my favorite. I love it.
And honestly, when you watch it now, like it holds up, right? Like it holds up, even though it was made when 1978 or 79 or whatever. It holds up, and that's awesome. That is so awesome.
Yeah. No, it's an amazing thing, and obviously. I'd love to talk about. I've got a few notes. I'd love to talk about horror films if we're going to talk about spooky season and like favorite horror films and that. And Alien is definitely one of my favorite horror films by a mile. I think it's incredible. And as you say, it doesn't matter how many times you watch it. It doesn't matter how old it is.
Yeah,
still works.
Like for real, I think I saw like the second Aliens 2 is one of my top 5 movies of all time. I loved it, glued to it, whatever. I was so scared to watch the first one. I don't think I watched it till probably like 10 years ago.
Oh, okay. Wow.
No joke. I was so scared and nervous. I had no idea.
Did you know that the scene when it bursts out of John Hurt's stomach? Do you know that when Ridley Scott filmed it, he didn't tell the rest of the cast what was going to happen?
I heard that. Yeah.
Yeah. So when they're reacting, that's them reacting like in real time.
What is going?
What the hell? Yeah.
What is going on? Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Such a great cast in that movie too. Like, so good.
Yeah. And I love the fact that sorry, I was going to say I love the fact that they're astronauts in this deep space mission, and they look thoroughly bored, and like, do you know what I mean? They're not massively glamorous. Right. They haven't got the best looking actors, and it's just I love that. The whole feel of it is just really real, and I love that.
There's something with all of those different elements that just makes it the perfect recipe for a good movie that stands the test of time. There's just something about it.
Oh, it definitely has.
Gola says the Aliens comic came out before Alien 3, so you get a different timeline. Dave and I were live with the Stygian Society earlier. I hopped in there. I didn't say hello, but I hopped in. I saw you guys.
I need to get that book.
Yeah. Dave says going to be reading Layman's All Hallows Eve for my Halloween reads this month.
Awesome.
Yeah, long lines. Yeah. Sounds like Denver Airport. Yeah, Aliens had crazy long lines. B-roll, truly enjoying Do McKee. I'm only 250 pages in. I am digging Whiteman, though. Whiteman?
Do McKee is interesting because that's one that doesn't get raved about a lot. So if you're saying it's good, I need to check it out because there's one that I haven't got. One of the few I haven't got.
Nice. Kevin says, I do not have a BookTube channel coming spring 2025. All right, we'll hold you to it. Gola says, I watched the movies these last 2 weeks. Kevin says, Alan says, I remember Do McKee being about painting. Enjoy the book. All right, we're caught up on comments. All right, so what we gonna talk about? Let's talk about spooky season.
Spooky season. So the cult detective stuff. Yeah. So I did a little short on the first book I read, which was about John Taverner, which was a book that was given to me by Roy from Roy Reads Anything. So that was really lovely of him to do that. So you probably saw that in the chat that he was going to do that, wasn't it? Yeah. And I really enjoyed that. It was like little short stories, like there were little vignettes, and I thought that was really interesting. So, and it didn't feel that old, which was cool. Because sometimes you would go back, then it starts getting really, really kind of foggy prose, if you know what I mean. But there wasn't anything like that. It was really a very quick read. Now I'm reading the next Rivers of London book.
Nice.
So
you got me interested in those.
I really like them, and it's funny because there's been a bit of a gap since I read the third one. So this is the fourth one, and I forgot how much fun they are to read. They're really there's a lot of charisma in the actual prose, if you like. The way it's written is just really enjoyable. Yeah. And it's first person, so I guess that's saying that Peter Grant, the main character, is likable. And yeah, every book's different. I like the second one because it's set around the jazz scene, which was quite interesting. But yeah, they were a lot of fun. And I found another one today for
I saw that.
for the month, yeah. And I just found that in that bookshop I went in earlier. So yeah, so I didn't just buy Richard Lehman, I bought that as well. And that's got an occult detective story in it, a novella.
Fantastic.
Yeah. What about you? What have you been reading?
Well, I put my video up today. So I finished Fallen Angel by William Hortzberg this week. That was fantastic. This book blew me away, but I wish I didn't see the movie first, like 20 years ago.
I've seen the film. Yeah, obviously the twist is spoiled, isn't it? But
yeah, but still completely enjoyable to read. And let's see, I read The Devil Rides Out. That was really good.
Yeah.
For 1933. This
I didn't realize they were so old. I thought they were, because the films came out in the 70s, the Hammer films.
Yes.
And I kind of associate them with the Hammer films.
Yes.
And I assumed that they were like written like 10 years before or something. But yeah.
Right. That's what I thought. Now,
I
think this is from 1965, the book, the printing. And I thought that was when the book was written, but no, it goes back to 1933, which is insane. But it's really, really good. Is it spooky? Yeah. Is it scary? A little. But it touches on so many different occult elements. Like, it's just well done. And then,
do you think it's quite strong for the 30s? Did you feel like it was like quite full on?
Oh yeah, for 1933, yeah, definitely. Then I got The Best of Jules de Grandin. Michael K. Vaughan sent this to me in the mail.
Oh, fantastic!
So just picking through like a couple of short stories. I want to continue with Wheatley. I've got To the Devil a Daughter. This is
that was a Hammer film as well, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure where this is in the series of the Black Magic books, but I definitely want to read that. And then I have Angel's Inferno. That's the follow-up to Falling Angel. But I don't know if I'm going to get to it this month because I started another book on my Scribe that's kind of a little more modern. So there's just so many. That's the thing that I love about occult detectives is like you don't realize they're everywhere until you start like looking through.
I think. We'd like call it horror or whatever, and not really think about this sub genre. And now we've got that in our heads. Like, oh my god, there's so many different versions of that.
Yeah, and actually on Scribd, there's a series with an African American female detective, occult detective, that I'm definitely going to read for this week for the diversity week for sure. Oh wait, Dave is here. There he is. Wait.
Dave, awesome.
Yay! Wait, let me see. Where is he at? There he is.
Hey.
I can't deny I found Wheatley's non-supernatural stuff a little tedious. Well, to each their own, Dave. It's great to have you here. Let's see.
Can I just say, Michael K. Vaughan asked for my address, so I'm very excited at the fact that he asked for my address because I've seen two people say, "Oh, I've got this," so I'm very excited to see what Mike sent me.
Probably something good.
Oh yeah, it will be. It will be definitely something good. I mean, he's awesome. I really love Mike's.
And it was great seeing a video from him today too. Yeah,
it was. Yeah, I think he puts a lot of pressure on himself to be the best kind of channel he can be. And so, and we would wait a month to see a video of his. I don't think he needs to panic too much. And if he's got loads on, he's got loads on, isn't it?
100%. And the thing that I love about our community is like if somebody was struggling, if somebody was having a hard time, you know that I would be there for you and I would be there for anybody else that needed, a talk, a call, a chat, whatever. Like we have that support net with each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you don't get that. You don't get that in a lot of areas, but in BookTube, for sure, and
that is why we are genuine friends and not just, whatever would be the opposite of that. Passes, acquaintances, or whatever. BookTube acquaintances. It's more than that.
Yeah, 1,000%. Let's see. Christopher Evenstar says, hi, everybody. Lots of charisma in the prose of Rivers. Indeed makes you smile.
Yeah, yeah. I love the ending of the first book. The ending of the first book, it's so cool. The US title of the first book, because obviously in Britain it's called Rivers of London, but in the US they changed the title to London Riot, and the ending is so good. And the title is a reference to the ending. It's really thrilling. The ending. It's like, oh my god, it's all kicked off. You know, that kind of ending. Yeah. You know, so good.
Let's see. Greg says, for ODO, I can highly recommend The Tomb by F. Paul Wilson. It starts off as a detective story and goes off in a wild occult direction. It was published in the 80s. That sounds good.
Yeah, definitely. That's cool. I mean, that's one of the really cool things about the Voxer chat that we're in as co-hosts is that there's so many recommendations and so many things that we can look at beyond October. So we can keep that going. And, it's just loads. I mean, there's a lot of that from Dave Brzezinski as well. But
huge.
So much.
Thank goodness for Dave. That's what I got to say.
But also, I think it's awesome that you created it because you were, I think from what I understand, you were trying to kind of push the magazine, right? And you were thinking it needs more love. Yeah.
Well, Dave reached out to me and we were just chit-chatting because he wanted me to do that article on the Satan Sleuth. And he's like, hey, why don't you read the rest of the series and do a review? And I said, okay. And then he said, we don't know how many issues are going to be in the future, blah, blah, blah. And I said, listen, I ran it by a couple friends and I'm like, what do you think about this for an event? And they're like, oh yeah. And I said, all right, I'm putting it out. I got, I reached out to you. I reached out to Ollie. I reached out to Greg. I reached out to, I don't even know who else. And I reached out to Dave and I'm like, listen, this is what I want to do. Let's get it going. And that's kind of how it happened. And the reaction has been so awesome. Like so many people that, I've never met or like viewers that I've never met. They're like, this event is great. It's really, really good.
It was really good. And it's different. And it's what's nice is it's different, but it's also consistent with other things that we do. So it's just there are a couple of different horror events, but this is a very specific thing that horror fans would like. And I just think it's really cool because, that magazine does deserve some love. And if we can get people interested so that they do get, a bit more publicity, maybe a bit more sales, it'd be awesome.
Yeah. So, and we're all about helping out the small guy, right?
Yeah.
Oh, let's see. Let's catch up here. Just got here. Took me a while to get connected. Yes, it was great to see Mike back. Yes. MKV boxes are top notch. Yes, they are. Dave says, thanks, B-roll. Yes, that's me. Oh, Dave Brzezinski. Are you the Dave Brzezinski of Occult Detective Magazine? I found through MJ's event. I really like what you're doing with the publication. Yeah. Leslie's here. Hi, everyone. I didn't know this was happening. Yeah, this was a last minute thing. It's all his fault.
Yeah, it's my fault. But yeah, no, Leslie is awesome. And I love it. Absolutely love it when Leslie comments on my videos and that. And it's really nice to see her.
Yeah.
And actually, I think Leslie said she might buddy read something. What was it? Or at least I suggested it. She said she was looking at something. Can't remember what it was. Oh, it might have been this actually. I think it was the John Connolly book. Nice. So I think Leslie said she just got it, or she's got it in her collection. So yeah.
Awesome.
But I've got a few other things that I had mentioned, had thought about for Halloween, because the thing is, obviously, we're concentrating on occult detective stuff. But I did say when I did that introduction video to that, I did say in the video that I wanted to try and read a couple of things that were not necessarily that, but still relevant to Halloween.
Yeah.
So in that video, I did mention this one. It would be my first Grady Hendrix book.
I just got that. That was a Kindle deal yesterday. It was $1.99, so I bought it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. This I found this down the road for 50p.
That's awesome.
It's ridiculous because literally you can tell from the spine that no one's ever read it.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
It's like brand new. And then this one was the other one I mentioned in the video, Cunning Folk.
Ollie's read that one.
Yeah, Ollie talks about that one. But I wanted to mention a few other things. So me and you have talked about this before.
Yes, and I have it over here.
Yeah. So we both love Cronenberg, and I do want to do a video just on him. But it'd be nice if I read this first, and then I can not just talk about the films, but talk about him as well. And talking about
Celeste wants to read that too. Celeste is in on the group read for that.
Oh, brilliant! Yeah. So yeah, that's definitely one I'd like to get to.
Yeah.
And then I've got this downstairs ready to go. I've read some of it already anyway, but to kind of make sure that I've read all of it, that kind of stuff. Shirley Jackson is obviously a really important author.
Yeah.
And this, I mean, I'm not going to get through all of this, but I thought it was worth mentioning because, you know, why not? But this is one I had for Garth August and didn't get to, and it's a horror set in a fun fair. Steve Harris, Adventureland. You can see that, and it talked about in Grady Hendrix' book, and it's apparently like kind of like, you know, classic 80s feel to it. So yeah, all of those things. Oh no, and then I found this other one as well, which I wouldn't have even had on my radar if it wasn't for the fact that I'm pretty sure this is something that Emily Fox talks about a lot, and she keeps saying she keeps giving the author a try, and she doesn't like it.
Okay.
But I saw it, and then it looked very Halloweeny. So this is called Survive the Night.
Oh, Riley Sager.
You know Riley Sager. What kind of book is it? Because I just literally, I mean, it's 50p. What kind of book is it?
It's like a thriller. Yeah.
Is it like YA type thing or?
No, well, it could. No, it's more contemporary, you know, thriller type. I have an issue with Riley from when Riley first got published. There was a lot of question because Riley Sager is not the author's name. It's male, and he uses that as a pen name, blah, blah, blah. But when it first came out, they kind of pushed it like it was written by a female. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Yeah. So I was like, yeah. So that left a bad taste in my mouth, and I just don't. I have one of his books, but it didn't thrill me. You know what I mean? But some people love him. Yeah, just give him a go.
Yeah. So, I mean, I recognize the name. I remember Emily Fox talking about it in a negative way, to be fair. And it was cheap, and it looked very Halloweeny, so I thought I'd give it a go. But again, see, that's why I've got too many books. Do you know what I mean? I don't have to buy that. I'm an idiot. But I used to do that with albums as well when I was a kid. I used to just I used to buy cassettes because I didn't have because my sister had the LP player and I had a cassette player. And I used to go into shops and I'd read the inlay card and the cassettes. And if it looked interesting, I'd get it. I wasn't loaded. I just had a paper round, but you know.
Yeah.
That's what I used to do. And that's how I found out about the blues.
That's it.
When I was like 14. But you know, music nerd.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with
the
that.
last stream we did, I think we talked more about music than anything else, didn't we? So we mustn't do that again, I guess.
I know, but I'm just gonna tell you what I did today. All my CDs are like stacked in one of those like IKEA shelves or whatever. And I reach for a CD to listen to it probably like once a month. And I'm like, you know what? I don't like the energy this thing is giving off. I'm going to get storage boxes and put my CDs in there. So I have a storage box for the ones that I go to and a storage box for the ones that I really don't listen to that often. I went down 80s, 90s, 2000s memory lane. I can't even tell you the different Dido, like the different titles. I've got a Justin Timberlake in there. I've got the Colts greatest hits. I've got a bunch of punk stuff. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And like more kept going into the box that I'm going to listen to than the other box. And
go on, Karen.
No, I said to my husband, I said, one day CDs are going to come back like vinyl. So I'm holding on to them. I don't want to get rid of them, you know?
Well, they have come back. I mean, they haven't come back in the same way that vinyl has, but they have come back. I mean, it's weird because in this, I don't know if it's the same over there, but in this country, people are buying cassettes and Walkmans again as well.
Yes.
So there's all sorts of physical media coming back.
And bands, like cool bands, are releasing their stuff on cassette again.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah. I think it's better for the industry if physical media comes back, and that's a whole nother conversation. But you know, we talk about it on the course. They have to debate and kind of think about what the future would be if the streaming services continued not paying people and all that kind of stuff, you know. And it was a much easier way of getting an income in the old days with your units being sold and blah blah blah. So yeah, it's interesting that physical media has still got an audience, and it seems to be getting bigger for a bit. But I was going to say that when that Dido album came out, is it called White something? White? Is it
White Flag?
White Flag.
Yeah.
When the album came out, I was working in HMV, and it was so funny. We were selling so many copies that literally people would come up to the counter. I'd go, "Is it the Dido album?" It's just like expect him to go, "Yeah, that's what I want."
It's like a Dan Brown book.
yeah, exactly. You're just like, okay, I'll go get you one.
I know what you want.
You don't have to say a thing. Yeah, so it's funny.
Let's catch up with some comments. I think like we're drowning. Hold on. Let's see. Alan says maybe I should sub to Michael K. Vaughn then. I don't know. Dave Bresky says the tomb is very good. Yes, we knew who you were talking about. Not affiliate link, but here is issue 10. Anyone ever read The Magician by Somerset Maugham? No, I've never.
No, I don't know.
Michael K. Vaughn was here. The Dave V. Old Detective Magazine is the best. Yes, it is. It is the best. Nocturnes. Let's see. Say his name 3 times and he appears. That's right. Leslie says Southern Book Club is great.
Awesome.
Jess says it's great. I'm reading Cunning Folk this month. I love Cronenberg's Naked Lunch. Nice. Dave said, I picked up several Riley Sager books in the wild, but haven't read any yet, including Survive the Night. Everyone seems to love Lock Every Door. Dave said, 1 year we'll be organized enough to have an ODM Halloween issue. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I like that. He's talking about the future. So Dave's not giving up. And that's probably down to you, MJ. Yeah, next Halloween. Love it.
Let's do it. Riley's best one is The Last Time I Lied. Just my humble opinion. I think the one that I have was the first one, and I don't remember the name of it. I have no idea. It's downstairs though. Let's see. Agreed. SBG did it, was awesome. Vinyl, 'tis the shite. People have cassette players. I haven't seen one in decades. Yeah, they're still out there. They're floating around.
Yeah, they've been sold again. Yeah.
Yeah. Dave says, I worked in a used record shop for 30 years. I stopped counting my CD collection when it hit 12,000 in the late 90s. This is why I moved to digital downloads. Oh my gosh. What did you do with those 12,000? Did you sell them? Do you still have them?
That's also the reason why me and Dave need to hook up at some point. I need to spend a day with you, mate, because we got lots in common. So that'd be cool.
Alan says, I own 20 CDs, but much more vinyl. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Okay, we're all caught up now. Good.
Well, just as who was it? It was Al that mentioned Naked Lunch. I've got a list of 5 favorite horror films. So I am going to do a video for Halloween around late October, which is going to be my 10 favorite horror films.
Okay.
Because I think I've been a bit late in reading stuff to do another recommendation horror thing. So I think I'll have to do films, which is fine. Yeah. Although obviously the occult detective thing is Halloween-y. But anyway, I thought it'd be fun to talk about 5 anyway. So we'll do 10, or I'll do 10 in that video. But I don't know if you've got any in your head that you might want to add to my 5. But he mentioned Naked Lunch, and one film that I can't tell you how much I love it. I love it so much. And that's The Fly. The
Jeff Goldblum one or the earlier one? Okay.
No, not the earlier one. Jeff Goldblum's, David Cronenberg's The Fly. Yeah. Just unbelievable. And I always remember, because it really blew me out. And I had this mate who we were both we've only just met each other. We were just exchanging music and film, stuff like that. And I said, "Look, come around my house. Yeah. I'm going to turn the lights off and I'm going to show you a film." And I put this video in. It's like VHS, Put this video in, turn the lights off. He didn't know what the hell I was going to show him. And at the end of it, I was looking at him, and we were like, and he said, "That was incredible," and it really was, because it's such a powerful film. It's such an emotional film, and the fact that you're seeing this grotesque fly hybrid being created. It's a really gooey film, isn't it? It's very, very gory. But even though that's happening, there's all this emotion around all those effects, and I think it's such a real human film. I love it. I absolutely love The Fly.
I've never seen it.
You've never seen it? Oh wow! Oh wow!
I've seen the black and white one from back in the day, and I must have been in grade school, maybe early high school when it came out, and I won tickets on the radio to go see it. But I don't think either I was old enough to go in or no one wanted to go with me. So I never went. And I like Jeff Goldblum, but I didn't want to get grossed out. And it was Gina Davis, right? Was it Gina Davis in it? I've never seen The Fly. Never saw it.
Okay. Can you promise me in the next few weeks you're going to see it?
Okay. I will.
Find a way to see it.
I will. But if I give a movie that you haven't seen, then you have to do it too.
Yep. Yeah,
right.
Yeah. That'll be the deal. Yeah, absolutely. And do what I did to that mate. So turn the lights off. Don't get interrupted. Just let that film really, really move you, and you are so, because it's like that thing where he doesn't do anything wrong except he has this great idea that he thinks he's invented teleportation, and it all goes wrong. And it's not his fault. It's so tragic and fantastic. And there's this, I won't tell you what happens, but there's this one moment you just think, oh, that's broken my heart. This one bit at the end.
Okay.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. But it's very gooey though. The effects are ridiculous.
And I think that's what kind of turned me off, because I'm like, I love horror at the time. Like I said, I was probably mid-teens. I'm like, I don't know if I'm ready for this yet. I think
what makes it less, I don't know if anyone in the comments is going to say you don't know what you're talking about, but I think what makes it less sensational and gore for the sake of gore is you got this acting and this great directing behind it that makes all the gooey stuff mean something.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's like, and there's a bit where he accidentally takes he pulls a fingernail off.
Yeah.
And he sort of goes, oh, and he's like really shocked that it came off.
Mm-hmm.
But it's because the transformation's starting, but the way it's done is so real that you don't just go, oh, that's a funny little effect. It's just, you think, oh my god, he's changing. It's so brilliant, brilliant.
All right, I'll watch it. I promise.
I've got another one that you may not have seen. I don't know. It'd be awesome if anyone in the chat's seen it. Mm-hmm. I bought it for my daughter to watch it because she's really into horror films. Mm-hmm. And I'd love to do actually, I'll tell you what, she might be up for it. I'd like to do a video with her if she tells me her favorites as well, because she's like, she'll talk for hours and hours and hours without any pause as well. But I bought her this film and said, you've got to watch it. And I bought it for her like 2 years ago, and she keeps going, oh yeah, I haven't got around to that yet, Dad. But it's a French black and white film from the 50s. I think it's 58 or something, called Eyes Without a Face.
Oh no, I've never seen it.
Yeah, so I discovered it because the phrase was flagged up by Billy Idol.
Yeah.
So I was a Billy Idol fan, and then it was like, oh, what's this? Eyes Without a Face. And I thought, oh, well, is that connected to the song? And then I watched the film, and it's an amazing film. It's quite strong considering the time it was made, because it's about a man who kidnaps women and surgically removes their face to put them on his daughter, who is wandering around with a mask on because she had a horrific car accident.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's what the film is about, and the way it plays out is amazing, and the ending is really kind of weirdly poetic and bleak at the same time.
Yeah.
It's such a weird ending.
Dave Brzezinski's coming in here. Eyes Without a Face is brilliant, he says.
Yeah, it really is. It's so, and the ending is just everything about it's brilliant, but the ending, it just leaves you like, oh, and you've got this weird kind of unfinished atmosphere in your head and in the room after you've watched it.
I'm writing these down. I don't
know how easy it would be to get hold of it, but yeah, I mean, it's worth buying if you can't see it on any streaming service. You might be able to see The Fly on a streaming service, but yeah, I'll put that one down. And then the other three are probably more obvious, because everyone talks about The Thing.
Yeah.
John Carpenter's The Thing. It's just literally perfect. It's a perfect film. So we'll rave about that when I do my top 10 horror films. And Another one that I think is probably just as good, but people don't tend to rave about it as much, but I love it just as much. And that's American Werewolf in London.
That's one of my top 5. Yeah. Love it.
Yeah,
Love it.
amazing.
So good.
Amazing. It's weirdly funny as well as being really dramatic, and
it's the humor, it's the old school. Well, I think I like the special effects of the werewolves better in The Howling than in American Werewolf in London, because they had like the bubbles underneath the skin that gave it like that 3D effect. But I still love the special effects of American Werewolf in London. That movie just had it, you had the horror, you had suspense, you had the friendship, and then you had the humor all mixed in, and it just made this wonderful movie.
Yeah, it's perfect. I mean, and it's funny you say about the effects, because I absolutely love, one of my favorite sequences in any film is the transformation scene. And one thing I love about it is he sounds like he's in so much pain. Because he shouts Jesus Christ first, and then he starts changing. And it's just so well done from David Norton's point of view. The actor does such a great job anyway. But those two films, The Howling, and because The Howling's Joe Dante, and I'm a massive Joe Dante fan. So The Howling and American Werewolf in London are the effects are by Rick Baker for American Werewolf in London and Rob Bottin for The Howling. And Rob Bottin also did The Thing as well. So those two are like the top of their game. They're like the two kind of great examples of 80s practical effects. They're absolutely amazing.
They both came out in 1981.
Yeah. And they both just seem to sort of have this moment of two werewolf films.
Yeah.
That I don't know if werewolves as a thing are underrated, but I love werewolf stories. I absolutely love them.
They're the best. We need more werewolf films. That's what I say. And it was weird. I was thinking the other, like, I randomly think of like weird stuff. And I thought about, for some reason, Jack Nicholson popped into my head. And I'm like, remember he did that movie Wolf, like in the late 80s, early 90s? That wasn't bad, but it wasn't great either, Yeah,
they tried to do it's a very serious director, Mike somebody, I've forgotten who did it. But Michelle Pfeiffer's in it, and Rutger Hauer. And it's much more of a kind of an intellectual werewolf film, isn't it? Not quite as successful, I think. But there's some great ones out there. The remake of the Wolfman with Benicio del Toro is really good.
I've never seen it.
Yeah, that's literally a remake of the old Lon Chaney Jr. one. And I think that's a really good film. Anthony Hopkins plays his dad. Most of a lot of our pub gigs, Bemis, and a lot of our like wedding function gigs kind of things, we end with Werewolves of London. We do it all the time. And when we do Werewolves of London, the last verse is about Lon Chaney Jr. And I always extend the verse and just do a ton of actors that have played werewolves, and it kind of quite a bit of fun. Talk about Christina Ricci as well, because she was in a terrible film called Cursed, which Wes Craven directed. It's not very good. It's not very good. But she does turn it. I think the guy from Dawson's Creek turns into a werewolf first, but I'm pretty sure she becomes a werewolf at one point, I think. But yeah, so there's tons of even Danny DeVito's a werewolf in Big Fish.
Oh yeah, I saw Big Fish a long time ago. You know what's funny? The actor that was in American Werewolf in London. The reason why I was attracted to that movie, because in 81, I was 9 years old. Okay. So 9 years old, already like horror stuff is on my radar. He was the guy from the Dr. Pepper commercials in the States. So Dr. Pepper commercials were like mini musicals, and they would be singing and dancing and everything. And he would be like dancing all on the walls and on the ceiling and everything. And when I saw that he was the dude in American Werewolf in London, I'm like, that's the Dr. Pepper guy. I gotta go see this. Like, I need to go see this. It was awesome. That.
And now I'm thinking, because of their catchphrase, I'm thinking, yeah, go on the Yorkshire Moors. What's the worst that could happen?
That's right. All right, let's catch up with some chats, because we've got a lot going on here. People are making fun of me because I never saw The Fly, I think. Oh, sorry, Gareth. Let's see.
As long as people love it.
Right?
There might be someone going, what are you talking about? It's terrible.
All right, Alan says, full moon is in Luna today, along with the eclipse, a great for intention manifestation. That's 100%
Oh, wow.
true.
There we
Dave
go.
Rosetsky says, if I collected vinyl, I'd need a second house. William says, I often think about making my own personal website to post all my online content in case, God forbid, something were to happen to YouTube. Yeah, I got to leave like my YouTube username and password in my will or something.
Yeah.
Leslie says The Fly made me really sad. Gola says, I love The Fly. Michael K. Vaughn says, keep talking. I have to drive 100 miles and I want to listen to you two. Well, thank you. And he says, and MJ, watch The Fly. I will. I promise.
So brilliant.
Greg says, my favorite quote from The Fly is insect politics. That showed his true transformation.
Yeah. Brilliant line. Yeah.
Alan says, excuse me while I kiss the fly. Nice one. I knew what you were talking about. Dave Brzezinski says, I love the black and white originals too. The Fly and the Return of the Fly. The Goldblum one is great too. The black and white originals is the Fly that I saw. And it is what it is.
Yeah.
But the Fly with Jeff Goldblum would just take it to a whole other level for me.
Yeah.
Gola said, I haven't seen Return of the Fly, but I love the Misfits song.
Yeah, nice.
That one. Greg asked you, Gareth, what about Reanimator? MKV would back me, but it has to be the uncut version.
Yeah. No, the Reanimator is great. Yeah, that's H.P. Lovecraft in film. It's the wonderful Jeffrey Combs. And Jeffrey Combs is such a brilliant actor. I think he's played about 7 roles on Star Trek. I think he's fantastic. And he really shines in Reanimator. Yeah, I really love that film. That was a really important film for the video craze, that sort of thing where when home videos first started, there were some films that really flew in the video stores that weren't necessarily as big a hits in the cinema.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Reanimator was one of those.
Okay.
So yeah, brilliant. Yeah,
nice.
Definitely.
Dave says, okay, MJ's sympathy for the face-stealing maniac is a little disconcerting. Well, I mean, he was getting it for his daughter. Like, the intention was there, but maybe not the right.
I tell you what, it's funny that he says it, because it is, you do have sympathy you kind of have sympathy for the characters. I mean, clearly what he's doing is psychotic.
Yeah.
But because it's a really disturbing mask that she wears as well. It looks, it's a bit like Phantom of the Opera, but it's her whole face.
Uh-huh.
So it looks wrong, so that some father figure wouldn't want to see that all the time. They'd want to fix it. So I do think you do have some sympathy, even though obviously it's crazy and he's a mad scientist. So don't trust scientists.
No,
I think that's the message.
Take scientists with a grain of salt. How's that?
Yeah.
Gola says The Thing is my official wintertime movie.
Yeah, so brilliant.
Dave says, I wasn't that struck on Reanimator, but I highly recommend the book Reanimators by Peter Rawlik, which brilliantly mixes the Lovecraft film with Frankenstein.
Okay. See, another great recommendation from Dave Rosetsky. He needs to be on every live chat.
He needs his own channel. That's what he needs. He needs his own channel. That's what he needs.
He must be a bit shy.
I know. We'll be his mouthpiece.
We'll be his cheerleaders.
Yeah. We'll be mini Daves. Leslie says, bye everyone. My husband wants to watch The Boogeyman. Have fun. Bye, Leslie. Gareth, Warren Zevon. Can I tell you, Warren Zevon, when he passed away, he had a massive library. And all of his books were numbered and signed and had a book plate in them from the library of Warren Zevon. And his estate was selling them. They would put them up on eBay for auction. And every book would have a Polaroid, a snapshot, a picture that Warren took, and it would be in that book. And I think that his collection, maybe it was 2,000 books, and they would do 5 a month for the longest time. And then I kind of dropped out of it. But I'm telling you, I was this close to getting a couple of them from the collection of Warren Zevon. It's kind of cool.
That's amazing. I'm a huge Warren Zevon fan. I thought you were going to talk about I don't think I've talked about it. The thing is, we've talked a lot, haven't we? And I don't know if I've said this before, but when Warren Zevon announced that he didn't have long, he went on David Letterman's show, didn't he? And I just got excited he was on there. It's like I was just watching David Letterman, and it was, oh my god, Warren Zevon's going to be on. And then he said he was going to be the only guest. It's like, oh my god, this is amazing. I was really excited. And then he said why he was on there and why it was going to be just him. Oh, I cried for hours.
Right.
Really hit me. It really hit me. It was one of the celebrities that hit me the most. There's like him. I mean, Jim Henson hit me more, but yeah, it was pretty. I mean, you know, it really hit me. And for a few days, for a few days, I still felt really numb and strange. And I obviously never met him, never, you know, didn't know him.
Yeah,
but as far as celebrities go,
that you make.
Yeah. I really had a lot of affection for Warren Zevon.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Let's see. One of Algernon Blackwood's John Silent stories is a very different take on werewolves. Ginger Snaps is my favorite werewolf film, and it is mine too, Dave Brzezinski. That's why I like you. Ginger Snaps is so original. And I wish it's not based on. Is it based on a book? Ginger Snaps isn't based on a book, right?
No.
No, but it should be. I would read that.
Oh, what's it called? There is one that's based on Angela Carter's book. It's directed by Neil Jordan. What's that called? Someone's going to tell me in the chat, but yeah, I had to think for a moment because I was thinking about that one. But yeah, Ginger Snaps is just it's because it's got that coming of age thing in it. It's about having a period and stuff like that, isn't it? It's like got those kind of links in the
mental health and everything that goes along with it. I remember watching it, and I think I watched it on TV. It wasn't even like a movie. It was on like the Sci-Fi Network or something like that, and I was glued. I'm like, I need to watch this movie 6 more times. It's that good. Love.
No, it's very powerful, and it's, you know, it's just great. I think there's, you know, lycanthropy. I think I said that right. It's all about transformation, and they use that to talk about girls transforming into maturity and how that it brings its issues with mental health, like you say, and all that kind of stuff. You know, brilliant, really clever.
So good. Now the follow-up, there was like a couple follow-ups to that, not so hot. The first one's always the best one.
Yeah.
Then Dave followed up and said, or is it Dog Soldiers? I don't think.
Oh yeah, see, Dog Soldiers is an amazing film. Have you seen that? No. That's amazing. It's really intense. Dog Soldiers. It's really intense. It starts off. To be fair, it starts off quite. I feel like this about 28 Days Later as well. It's really chilled and kind of like great world building, great kind of characterization, stuff like that. But in the last half an hour of the film is really intense, and I think it's because in Dog Soldiers it all kind of just culminates in this big kind of clash with all the characters, and because they're stuck in this house surrounded by werewolves around the forest, and they know they're gonna get into the house. And Sean Pertwee is one of the main characters in it, and Sean Pertwee is such a brilliant actor. And it was quite early in his career. I don't think he'd done much before he did Dog Soldiers. And it's good. And also quite cleverly, I think one of the things it gets praised for, which I think is absolutely right, is they're very clever with how often and how they show the werewolves. So, you know, little flashes, not the whole body. They use their budget to make the werewolves really dramatic and scary without overdoing it, so they're not scary anymore, you know. Nice. So yeah, it's really done well. So it's quite a jumpy film as well. Because 28 Days Later, I remember watching it thinking I don't want to watch this again because it's too intense at the end.
I've never seen 28 Days Later.
It's really good.
What is it about? Is it zombies?
Yeah, it's a zombie one. Yeah, but he says he was really emphatic, saying it was begins with D. He's a brilliant director. Anyway. It's the guy who did Shallow Grave and Train Spotting and all those films.
Okay.
But he also directed the ceremony, the opening ceremony for the London Olympics, which might not be known.
Wow.
But anyway, very cool guy. But anyway, he was always emphatic saying it's not zombies, they're just infected and it looks a bit like a zombie, because he wanted to have them run. So obviously it's an issue. I think it's a bigger issue about zombies running than pineapple on pizzas. I don't think zombies should run.
Listen, Gareth, we're friends, right? We're friends. I enjoy pineapple on pizza.
So do I. So do
Okay,
I. I think that's why we're friends. Yeah. I think
it's not an issue for me.
No. Pineapple should be on every pizza.
If I was gonna turn into a zombie, right? If MJ, was gonna turn into a zombie, you better bet your ass that I'm running after you, because I worked out.
Yeah, but you won't be able to. Your bodily functions don't work the same way as when you're human.
Listen, if I turn into a zombie and my husband turns into a zombie, I am faster, I am stronger, and I am better than he is, because I've got more muscle that has to deteriorate than he has.
But you'd be dead.
Well, I'm just saying, I would be a badass zombie, at least for a day. Give me a day at least.
I think there's going to be a whole range of people saying about whether a zombie should run or not, but I think it's a great subject for a spooky chat. And
Yes.
My feeling is that what's special about zombies, what I think is what makes them different to all the other villains, all the other serial killers, vampires, werewolves, all these monsters, all these different kind of horrific monsters in kind of popular culture. The thing about zombies is that they're relentless and that if they're difficult to kill. To me, that's more important than how fast they are. And the fact that they're slow, the fact that they're relentless, I think is joined up with the fact that they're slow. To me, so if they're really fast, it's like, well, they're just like any other villain, it's just like a monster but the zombies are a special kind of monster where you might think, oh, I've got 10 minutes to try and figure this out because they're not going to get to me in time, but they will keep going. You can't sleep. You don't know when they're going to get there, and you don't know. Do you know what I mean? It's that thing that,
I get it.
So, when The Walking Dead started, I was so pleased that they were like Romero zombies.
Yeah.
Because by then you'd already had a few examples of people doing running zombies, and I wouldn't have watched it if they were running zombies. I've only seen about half of World War Z, and it was just getting on my nerves. So yeah, I think it takes away the special thing about zombies.
Yeah. No, I get that. I totally get that. Yeah. But I would be a fast zombie.
And pineapple is cool on pizzas.
It is. All right. Let's see what everybody's gonna be chiming into our conversation here. Oh, Dave says you need some sleep. Alan says, I remember that Letterman show. Zevon had spittle on his lips. Oh, he was probably so sad. Frank Zappa was the one that hit me hard when he died. I remember when Zappa died. Yeah,
that's fair enough.
Kevin says, saw Warren Zevon live at Stone Pony in Asbury Park. Mind blown. The Company of Wolves. The Company of Wolves is that one is so good. That's
the one I was trying to think of. That's the one. Keith Gregg is the guy, isn't he? He's gonna say it. Yeah, absolutely. That's the Andrew Carter one. Yeah, Neil Jordan directed that.
Amazon Prime had that. I want to say last year. It was available to watch. I watched it and I'm like, this is so good. Like it's so good.
Yeah, Angela Lansbury's in it, isn't she? I think.
Yes, the unibrow. Yeah. Don't trust the unibrow for sure. Colon cancer Zappa. Yeah, Cadillac. Let's see. Cadillac Ranch. The Mercedes-Land connection was first explored by Alan Moore in an issue of Swamp Thing, I believe. I'm not shocked it was explored by Alan Moore. But we're all ruled by the moon, the wolves, and the women. Gola likes running zombies. I like them too.
There we go. See, someone's gonna.
That's right. Todd is here. What's up, Todd? What's going on? Hawaiian pineapple pizza versus Mexican pizza. I don't know. I haven't had a Mexican pizza. What's on a Mexican pizza? I don't know.
Enchiladas? No, that
Yeah,
wouldn't work, would it?
that's it. That's
Yeah.
what. See, Greg is my man. He said MJ would be an awesome zombie. Thank you, Greg. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Love that. That's because dead zombies are creepier than virus infected zombies. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Greg's just said that he quite likes the idea of you being dead. I'm not really sure that's a compliment.
Who? What? I would be an awesome zombie. The key word is awesome. That's all. That's all. If you know,
That's what
MJ would
matters.
be a
That's what matters.
zombie, I'd take offense. But awesome, I'm okay with it.
You'd be awesome.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So Anthony said because dead zombies are creepier than virus infected zombies. What's your take on that?
Yeah, dead zombies. Yeah. I think that's what I think she's agreeing with me that the fact that they're dead means you can't kill them. They're already dead. Whereas if it's a virus, then that's less scary because it's not so weird and otherworldly, if you like. And that's when they run and just act like any other monster.
Yeah.
You know. So I think that's what they're saying.
Okay. Gola says, I like that it was a different take on zombies with them running. Alan says, I'm on MJ's team for the apocalypse. If she'll have me, I can be the entertainment. You are on my team, Alan, for sure.
I tell you what. What weapon would you use if you were in a zombie apocalypse? What would be your choice of weapon?
I would probably have a scythe, maybe.
A scythe,
maybe.
A scythe.
I need something. I'm taking swings at people. I need something that's going to do a lot of damage. Yeah, I would also, if I had some type of motor control, I would probably go with a chainsaw too.
Yeah, chainsaws would shout.
If I had motor control, but I don't think I would.
I was going to say, you could lose the ability to use it, wouldn't you? If it's.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And it'd probably be really heavy, and it probably would rip my arms off at some point. Because gravity.
Oh well.
There go my arms. A spiked bat. I think that's been done. I think it's been done. Yeah. I need something original. You know.
It is a pretty. I mean, I think that's why everyone loved that character, because it is a pretty cool weapon. Although saying that, when I say that, I mean his first appearance. Obviously, people just end up liking his dialogue and his sass and all that kind of thing. But yeah, the spiked bat.
I dreaded that episode. Like, dreaded it. And then, like, you go through so many emotions with that damn show. I literally stopped watching it probably like 2 years ago. After
go on. After
I can't think of his name. After the main character left.
Oh, right, after Rick left. Okay, so you've missed about a season and a half, I think.
Yeah.
So I absolutely love it. I really love it. So I think the general opinion is it got worse, but I genuinely didn't feel like that. I get accused of liking things too much, but I really, really loved it, and I think they did loads with the characters. It's all about the characters. I had someone say to me at work once, "Oh, that's just like that show is just loads of people going to one place, and then someone's horrible, and then they go somewhere else, and then someone's horrible again." And I'm just thinking, oh my God, you can reduce any show like that. What are you talking about? But that's what people did. But yeah, I like loads of aspects of the show. But you're right, it was the emotions that you felt. You invested in the characters, and there was so many moments where you were like, and that's obviously that scene was really traumatic. And what made me laugh about that, because I didn't read the comics. I started to read the comics and I stopped because they were so different to the show. And it was getting in the way of me just relaxing with the show. So I stopped reading the comics, but everyone was talking about this thing is going to happen. And I had a mate at work that he's someone that stopped watching it, but he was really excited about Negan coming into it. He was going on about it. And this thing was going to happen, which obviously they did film. And it just makes me laugh that everyone was going on about how excited they were. And when the show actually did what people were excited about, they went, oh, that's too far. That's just too far. You know, I think it's really funny.
And how about, is it true that the cast didn't know whose turn it was going to be in that one scene? Because they had two different scripts. So they didn't know if it was going to be them or not. So the emotion that they had was genuine. Like they didn't know what was going to happen.
And also, I mean, the acting is phenomenal. I think it's, you know, people might sort of moan about if one particular plot's gone on for too long and that kind of thing, but I think the acting is so brilliant in that show. And that scene when they're all sitting there and they're like, you know, there's, you know,
they're freaking out.
And the physical nature of their bodies and the way that they're at their worst. You know, they've been tricked like mad to get into that place. Everyone looks like they've gone through that. And to be fair, Andrew Lincoln, who played Rick, he did so many scenes like that, so many fantastic scenes. He was so strong in the show.
And I saw his back.
You saw his back?
He's
back. Oh yeah. I know. And they're showing. Then they've done this show with Negan and Maggie, and I can't watch it over here. They won't show it over here for some reason. I don't know why. It's not even on any. It's not like there's a streaming service I don't have. It's not even something like that. They're just not showing it over here. So I don't know what that's about. But do you remember? You would have seen this, right? My favorite. The only time I think this is the only time. Yeah, it's definitely the only time I've shouted the F word really loud at the TV. Right? I don't know if there's a monetization risk if I shout the thing, but we were watching Walking Dead, and there was this moment where I shouted the word. And it was just like this just came out of me because I just couldn't believe what was happening. Do you remember the bit where I'll try not to be too spoilery, but they'd done a few episodes where they'd introduced this gang that Daryl was hanging out with. They were called. They kept going on about that they were claiming things, claimed,
yes.
and it was
yes.
And anyway, at the end of the season, they meet up with Rick and Michonne and Carl, and they basically threaten them. They surround them. They're all kind of pretty much unable to do anything, and Daryl's pretending to be one of them.
Yes.
And they look like they're going to rape Carl.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember what Rick does?
No.
I feel like I can't spoil it, but I suppose if you watched it. But so he can't move, and he does this thing to this guy that's holding him that you just don't expect. And I shouted at the screen because I couldn't believe it. And he has to do it because it's the only way he can get out of this grip to save Carl. And obviously Carl is saved, but it's so tense. It's so tense.
Yeah.
You know,
I do remember that scene. That was a couple years ago, but I think it's not like ingrained in my brain or anything like that.
Yeah, it was amazing. Absolutely amazing. And there's loads of bits like that, you know, like some stuff that Michonne did was brilliant, you know. She's back as well, isn't she? She's going to be in this season.
I think the both of them. The both of them are back. But I don't think I could pick up, you know, because it's been. I don't even know when I left.
Well, they're new stories, so it doesn't really matter. They're not connected to the other bits.
No, not Maggie. Carol went off, and she was living in like a house, and then the dude with the tiger, the king or whatever.
Yeah.
He came in. He started getting interested in Carol. That was about it. That was about the time I dropped off.
Developed that quite well. There was that again. You know, the show was all about characters, and that developed quite well. With that got complicated because something happened to Ezekiel, so it complicated their relationship. I mean, Carol was a bit of a loner anyway, but she did start to commit to him, and they thought they'd had kind of like a son figure, but then obviously that went wrong.
Carol and Daryl, that was it. I stand for Carol and Daryl to get together. I'm like, come on, just kiss one season. Come on, you know, just one. Just make it
being like
peace, man.
Brother and sister, didn't they? Yeah. No, there was a lot of that going on.
All right, let's catch up with what people are doing. We've got a lot of zombie talk. We should do a show once a week and just pick like one genre of like whatever. Like this week it's zombies, and then we'll do vampires, and then we'll do werewolves, and then we'll do things in the sea. We can do a whole series on that. That'd be so fun.
Things in the sea. I love that. A whole hour about jellyfish.
Yeah, cryptid November's coming up. Okay, so we've got.
Do you swim in the sea, MJ?
The what?
Do you swim in the sea?
Do I swim in the sea? Not far, because one of my you know how like you have that one fear that you know that that's how you're gonna go, like that you can see it happening, and
I didn't expect that. I thought you were going to say, "Oh, it's a bit icky" or something like that, but you actually think you're going to die. That's a bit different.
yeah, because you can only see so far out in the sea when you're underwater, and I'm just waiting for something to come towards me. I'm just waiting, and that's how I'm gonna go. It's gonna grab me by the ankles, and I'm done. So I don't
I've
swim out far.
I've got an irrational fear of fire, which
Really?
when I say that to people, they go, "Well, it doesn't sound that irrational because fire's dangerous." But I don't even like candles. I don't like any naked flame. To me, it's like it's an accident waiting to happen. So I just
See,
don't like
and if
fire.
you did like a past life regression or something like that, you probably had some type of incident with fire.
If you go
Maybe.
back if you go back far enough, someone would have done.
That's what I'm saying. You know, burnt. Maybe you were burned at the stake. Who
The
knows?
probability of it.
Who
Yeah,
knows?
yeah. Well, I'm
All right.
left-handed, so maybe I would have been burnt at stake if they, in the old days, because I'm left-handed.
My husband's left-handed. Yeah.
Well, we would both be on the same stake.
Yep. Oh man. All right, we did that one. Let's see. I think running zombies, we did that one. A spike bat, we talked about that. Dave said scythe chainsaw. I'm in MJ's group. That's right. That's right. We're surviving. Choice of weapon for me, my Telecaster guitar. You can play them to death, Alan, for sure.
That is awesome.
Japanese sword katana for zombies. Yeah, but it's been done. Michonne did that. I don't know if I want to do that. I want to be different.
I think Michonne's sexier than Greg, though, I've got to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alan says I could beat someone britches off with a guitar. Yeah, you can. Long sword. I could cut through the whole torso. No ammo to reload and won't stop working for sure.
Yeah, that's a good shout.
Dave said I didn't even start watching it. I liked iZombie though. I don't know if he's talking about The Walking Dead or not. I'm not sure.
iZombie was a film, I think. Maybe it was. Maybe it was.
I think it was a show. Was it a show? Might have been a show. I don't know. Dave said, I also continue to love The Walking Dead, but they failed us in the end. Too worried about the spin-offs, in my opinion. Yeah, when the LA thing came out, I'm like, I'm not committing. I'm sticking with the one.
I think correct me if I'm wrong, Dave, but I think you're talking about literally the last few minutes, because the last episode is really good, but I think they do this little bit at the end, which has got Rick in it. Oh, spoilers! But they didn't really need to put that in. So I think that's probably what he means. Because
did they show like the spin-offs over in the UK? Because there was a Walking Dead West Coast version, I think, where it was all happening in Los Angeles. Fear the Walking Dead. That's it. Fear the Walking Dead.
Yeah. No, I really like that. I think it's not as good, but it's definitely good and it's different. Yeah. The second series was all on the boat, wasn't it? Which they hadn't done before.
I didn't watch it.
Oh, season 2 was on a boat. Season 3, I think it was season 3, was extremely depressing, and then season 4 kind of picked up a little bit. But I tell you what, there's a lovely moment halfway through, I think it's season 4, where it had been so depressing that the characters were really depressed as well as the audience. And then they had this episode where they tried to get this plane to work. And when they got the plane to work, and the characters for the first time in ages started shouting in joy and like just hugging each other, jumping up and down, and you felt so much joy as an audience member because you're so depressed beforehand. You know what I mean? It was like, oh my god, this really means something, because these characters I haven't seen these characters look like that for ages. Yeah. So weirdly, it kind of had an effect, even though they well overdid the depressing nature of the third season. But yeah, it's good. I think it's good. I think it's interesting. I think they've got a really complicated and interesting character in a guy called Strand. Victor Strand. That's it. Victor Strand. He's a black guy who you meet quite early on. But he keeps surprising you as an audience member. He's written so well. And he always wants to be on top. He's very selfish, doesn't really give a shit about anybody. And but sometimes he will, because he thinks he'll benefit from it, you know. really interesting character to have in a zombie apocalypse. Not someone you'd want on your side, but
Yeah.
definitely someone to have in the mix, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I never watched Fear the Walking Dead because one, I felt so emotionally invested in The Walking Dead. I couldn't give any more to another show. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know
So
what you mean.
I'm like,
Yeah.
no, I don't need to get invested over here. I'm all in over here. So yeah, I kind
Well,
of
well,
didn't even watch it.
Morgan and Dwight end up in Fear the Walking Dead.
Can I just tell you, when Americans found out that Morgan was British, we lost our minds. We all collectively lost our minds, and we're like, Morgan's British? What?
I love that.
Everyone went.
Was that a bigger shock than when Rick was British? Because Rick's
We knew about Rick from Love Actually. Like we knew.
Oh yeah.
But
That's true.
Morgan blew people's minds away.
And Maggie's
So
obviously
good.
British as well. So Maggie has got a normal English accent when
Yes.
she's just herself. But yeah, no, I know. I mean, Lenny James is a really good actor, isn't he?
Yeah, really.
I think
good.
he's great in as Morgan. And he, I tell you what, sometimes I didn't like what they did with him because sometimes it was a little bit too quick the way he'd go from one extreme to the other. He'd be like, "I'm not going to kill anyone. Now I am going to kill someone." So I think they misjudged that a couple of times. I think, but in general,
I liked his development in the move in the beginning with Clear. Was that the episode?
Yeah.
I liked how they brought him in, and then they kind of lost that a little bit, you know?
Yeah. His second appearance, which I think was the episode called Clear, was quite a big thing because we hadn't seen him for a long time, and I think by then he'd lost his son, hadn't he? And I think that really affected him. But yeah, and he always played it so well because when he was butting heads with Rick, it just you know, you just get really immersed when you've got good actors doing that kind of thing. You know, and the Walkers were always a side thing, really. I mean, they had some nice set pieces. They'd have a really good thing like that time when there was one in the well and all those kind of things. There was an amazing bit because people sometimes, I think, overstate the older seasons being better, but there was some really interesting kind of horror cliches that were in season 10, which was like the Whisperers season. You know, because it was a horror show, and sometimes it got a little bit relaxed, and then they bring these other things in that you just go, "Oh, this is back to classic horror kind of stuff." There was an amazing scene where they have like a confrontation with the Whisperers, and it's in this cornfield. Do you remember that?
No,
and then,
I think I dropped out right around then.
Oh, okay. Because there's a deaf character in it who's amazing, and she's a really good actress, and she decides that she's going to try and get this baby, this in the middle between the good guys, if you like, and the Whisperers, and she can't hear anything, and she's in a really difficult position. She's in a place she shouldn't be, and it's in this cornfield. It's a classic kind of horror trope, isn't it? And it's just done so well because sometimes it goes to her point of view and the sound goes. It's done so well. So there's like they do that kind of thing sometimes, even in the later seasons, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, awesome.
Oh, let's see. All right, we did that one. Gola said last zombie movie I saw was Alive on Netflix. Dave Brzezinski says, I always thought the best zombie comic was Dead World, which came long before The Walking Dead.
Yeah. It wasn't fair.
Dave says, claim. Anthony says, The Governor was my favorite character of the series. The Governor was really good. Really good. Yeah.
And I tell you what, that's another example where I'm gonna just waffle loads about The Walking Dead, but there was a great thing where the Governor everyone expected him to die at a particular point in the show, and they wanted it to be like a season finale thing. And I think The Walking Dead always, when it diverted from that and your expectations, it always made it for a good reason. So when the Governor was in those extra 4 or 5 episodes, whatever they were, and then ended with that phenomenal episode where he had Herschel outside the prison and all that. That episode was unbelievable. It's so tense and so brilliant, and that wouldn't have happened if it had just been this big kind of scrap by the prison. Do you know what I mean? And the way they did that, and they put loads of backstory in the Governor in the next season that he was in. I just think, you know, I think sometimes people were so busy to say, oh well, they should have killed that character off by now, and they kind of don't necessarily appreciate what they did afterwards with the character, you know.
No, I completely get that. When Herschel died, that was hard.
That was horrible,
That
wasn't
was
it? Really
that was like full on tears, man. That was bad.
Yeah, fantastic character.
We got people saying hello, domesticated wildflower. Hello, Courtney. Hello. They said hello about 10 minutes ago. Hi, guys. Everyone's saying hello. Dave said, I think you guys are trying to put me to sleep with all this zombie talk. Well, what do you want to talk about? Everyone's saying hello to each other. iZombie was a series. Yeah. Everyone's saying hello. Of course. Hey. Of course, my mouse now doesn't want to work. It says, hello, Gareth. iZombie was a show based on a comic. It was great fun. Otherwise, zombies are my all-time dislike monster. There are other exceptions, but for the most part, they bore me to tears. You just haven't found the right zombie, Dave. Maybe you just haven't found the right zombie.
You may have seen all the classic stuff. I mean, I was going to say as well, especially with Courtney appearing. Hi, Courtney. I've mentioned to Courtney about George Romero's insistence, or is the way he'd written the first three Dead films, Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, and Day of the Dead, where the character that survives and kind of leads the charge, if like, through all three films was black.
Yeah.
So it's really unusual to do that, and he said he wanted to do it deliberately because he knew it was missing from films in general, but certainly from horror films. Yeah. And I think that's awesome, you know, because he deliberately did that. I really love Dawn of the Dead. Some people think it's a bit cheesy because of the makeup and stuff, but I just love it. I really love Dawn of the Dead.
iZombie was a show based on a comic. It was great fun. Otherwise, yeah, we did that one. Dave said, I really enjoyed iZombie. I didn't watch it till the end, but I enjoyed everything I watched. I remember that episode. I remember that episode when the lady left the baby. I was so upset.
Yeah.
Book Blather, it was interesting to have an attractive zombie. Yeah, definitely a fun take on the zombie. I always meant to go back and finish it. All right.
I think I remember now. I think it is a relationship thing. I think the iZombie. I think it's a. I think it is. Yeah.
I think it is. Dave said, I only like the 1968 original Night of the Living Dead.
Great film. When the only time I've been to America so far, I'm going to go next year. Can't wait.
I know. You're going to such a cool town too.
I'm so excited.
I know.
Yeah, we're literally going. We're leaving 3 days after I break up from college. So whatever happens in that, because sometimes it gets a bit hectic and a bit. And to be fair, the year started in quite a horrible way. So by the end of the year, I'll be like, well, I'm out of here, and then I'll go to New Orleans. I can't wait. It's a really good time to have booked the flights and all that. But anyway, the one time I did go to America was to LA, and we wanted to go. Our hotel was just down the road from the Hollywood Walk of Fame, so we're literally in Hollywood for 6 days.
Nice.
And we went to the Chinese theater, and I said it'd be really nice to actually see a film in the Chinese theater because it's obviously classic, iconic theater with all the handprints and all that.
Yeah.
So we had a look to see what was playing, thinking, well, let's just see something, whatever it is. Yeah. And it was an anniversary showing of Night of the Living Dead.
Nice.
Yeah, it was amazing because me and the other two guys I was with, so my son and my friend Dylan, who played bass in the band, the three of us are massive fans of that film and of George Romero, so we were well happy. And it was really good because it was an anniversary thing. There was a documentary beforehand, and it was just really funny. There wasn't many people in the cinema, and there was about 8 people there, including the 3 of us. And because this documentary showed first, we were loving that, and there was loads of people behind us just got off and left because they thought they weren't going to show the film. They were just showing the documentary, and we were like, "What are they doing?" You know. Yeah. And then obviously, 20 minutes later, we watched the film in this iconic cinema. It was awesome.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
What other movies did you have on your list? Did we get through all of them?
No, I've got one more to mention, which would be interesting to see what you think, and interesting to see what the people in the comments think.
Place your bets if I saw it or not.
Eh?
I said, place your bets if I saw it or not.
Yeah. Well, you might have done. It's one of the most recent ones. Well, it is the most recent one out of that list.
Okay.
So it's Us.
This is a
By
wait.
it's just called Us.
No, never saw it.
Never seen it. It's the guy that did Get Out, Jordan Peele. So have you seen Get Out?
No, yeah, no, I didn't see it. Mm-mm.
Have you seen Get Out? No, you haven't seen that one either.
No, no.
So I didn't put Get Out because I think Us is so much more interesting.
Is Get Out the one where there's like hypnosis going on?
Yeah.
Then I saw that. Yes.
Oh yeah, because that was brilliant, wasn't it?
Yes, it was really good.
Yeah. So he follows that because he wrote and directed that, and he follows that with a film called Us, which is really creepy and really odd. And I had to watch it twice to really get it, and I think that's kind of interesting. But it's got these sort of levels to it. It's got lots of social commentary in it, but the acting's phenomenal. What's her name? And Lupita.
I know who you're talking about. Yes.
Begins with N. Don't want to say it wrong. She's brilliant, and she is amazing in that film because she puts on this particular kind of mannerism with this strange kind of supernatural beast version of this normal character she plays at the beginning, and it's so clever. But the whole thing is just really creepy and weird and brilliant. So yeah, I don't know if anyone in the comment section knows the film Us, but amazing.
Yes. Dave says, let's see. Dave says Us was so effing creepy. And Margaret is here. She says, hello, MJ. Hello, Gareth. And she said it's Nyong'o.
Yes, that's it. Lupita Nyong'o. Yeah.
Yes.
I still want to say it wrong. I mean, saying people's names badly is just awful, isn't it? So cool. Yeah.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. So what about you? What are your kind of
one of my absolute favorite movies that I have to watch in the dark by myself is 30 Days of Night.
Oh my God. Yeah, that is in my top 10 that is one I could have easily Yeah. That is
Slade as the director with those overhead shots in the snow is next level. Absolutely next level.
And they are probably the scariest vampires in any film. I mean, obviously vampires in general, you really you enjoy the sort of mythology of it, and Christopher Lee, they put all that sexual kind of tension in it and all that sort of stuff. You enjoy that stuff, but those vampires in that film are terrifying. And it's just phenomenal. Can I tell you about when I saw that with my daughter? So I said to her, "You've got to see this film. You're going to love it." And then I knew she was into horror films, but she hadn't seen that film. So let's watch it together. So this was like the tail end of just before she moved out. So we watched lots of films together when she was old enough, and before she moved out. So when she was a college student, before she went to university and that. And so I was like, "You got to see. You'll love this. You'll love this." and she found it incredibly intense. And there was a moment, I'll never forget, it was a moment about, I don't know, 45 minutes in where she went, "Stop the video." And I stopped it. I said, "What's the matter?" And she said, "I need to leave the room. I'm going to be sick."
Yeah.
And she had to have a break because it's so intense. And it really is,
like
brilliant.
You are on your sitting on pins and needles, hoping that people aren't going to get killed, whatever, and it's like you're there with them, like you're freezing because you're out in the cold with them. And the fact that, I mean, it's a brilliant concept, and I don't know why people never caught on to that before, but there are places in Alaska that happens where it's dark for a month. Why wouldn't the vampires go there? It's perfect.
Yeah, it's a great idea. It's based on the comic, isn't it? Which I haven't got the comic, but Steve Niles was the one that wrote the original comic.
Yeah.
And I've got his hold on, see if I can find it. I've got his version of I Am Legend. And it's I'll put it just down here. It's absolutely brilliant, and it's just like the book.
Yeah.
So obviously famous, I don't know if you're aware, but there's been 4 films of I Am Legend, and none of them are like the book. It's ridiculous. None of them are like the book. But Steve Niles graphic novelization, if you like, of I Am Legend is like the book. And it's fantastic.
Nice.
It's really good. So if anyone is curious to see a kind of a comic book version of I Am Legend that is just like the book, then it's brilliant. It's absolutely the artwork's amazing, and it's just done so well. And he was the one that did 30 Days of Night. So
that's so
yeah.
good. Love
Yeah.
that. I would say one underrated movie, and I think I had a conversation with Dave and Olive about this. It's the Clive Barker Nightbreed.
Yeah. I think that's underrated.
With Cronenberg as a villain. Come on. So and I watched it. I turned it on last year because I think Dave and I were going back and forth about, oh, I forgot about this film. I saw it a long time ago, blah, blah, blah. And it was on Amazon. So I turned it on and I'm watching it and I'm like, this is worse than what I remembered. Like the level of violence in it. Like it's really good. Like it's really well done. Like I was a little bit shocked, but really good. Nightbreed is a fantastic, fantastic film.
Yeah, Cronenberg's really good at like he's got a lot of stage presence, isn't he? Considering he's not an actor, he's a director first, director first. Yeah, I love it when you see him in something. Go, oh, there's David Cronenberg, because he definitely adds to the scenes.
He has presence.
Yeah.
I think I had a little fangirl crush on him.
Nice.
Yeah.
When he appeared in Star Trek Discovery, I was so excited. I was literally like very softly slapping my wife, going, "That's David Cronenberg. That's David Cronenberg. That's David." She was like, "What? It's David Cronenberg?" Yes. Who? What? Who cares?
Yeah, who
cares? It was so exciting. But yeah, also Nightbreed's got a really cool score by Danny Elfman.
Oh, I didn't know that. Nice.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite scores by Danny Elfman. I mean, there are several because I'm a big fan, but it's a good one, Nightbreed.
Oh,
I think he's quite influenced by Goblin in that one. Because you know Goblin stuff,
like in general.
Yeah, they did. Their famous ones are like the original Dawn of the Dead, Suspiria, Tenebrae. Do you know those films? Italian horror films.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think he was definitely influenced by their kind of style. I think in Nightbreed a bit more, like some of the chaotic, mad stuff in Suspiria. I think you can hear that influence in Nightbreed. I think
definitely.
But I love Goblin. I think they're brilliant. And I saw, we went to London. Me and my mate went to London for 2 consecutive nights to see Goblin twice. And the first night was a live version, like to the screen, like following the film of Suspiria, which was really cool. And then the second one was supposed to be Dawn of the Dead, but there was some problem with like rights or something, and then they ended up just doing like a best of kind of concert, which meant they did include some Dawn of the Dead music. But it would have been really cool to see Dawn of the Dead live with the band,
Definitely.
But that was really cool seeing Suspiria.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's a really weird film.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Do
you like Near Dark?
No, I've never seen it.
Oh, that's one of my favorite vampire films as well. No. It's not quite as like intense as 30 Days of Night, but I think it's really cool.
Yeah.
It came out at the same time as The Lost Boys. And quite often if you say Near Dark, someone else will go, "Oh, no, Lost Boys is better." But I really love Near Dark.
Lost Boys is good though. That deserves a rewatch. That's one of those that if you haven't seen it in like 10 years, and they really don't show it a lot on TV, Yeah,
they don't really show it that much over here. They show it sometimes, but yeah.
Here in the States, they did. I don't know if they still do it now because honestly, I don't watch a lot of television, but there were a couple independent movie channels where they would just show all October Halloween movies. And they would show the old school Hammer ones, and they would show all of the good movies, and they really don't do that now, and it's kind of a shame. I kind of wish they would,
Yeah.
I think the new generation of kids, like when you talk about, you know, Vincent Price and Bela Lugosi and all that stuff, like it just falls on dead ears, you know?
Yeah, I think it's the streaming thing. I think our terrestrial channels don't show as many films they used to either. I think they
Yeah.
expect people to just watch them on streaming services,
Yeah.
which is fine. But I think if it's on a normal terrestrial channel, it's kind of being shown to you
Mhm.
in a way that the streaming service just gives you a huge menu of hundreds of films, and you're not necessarily going to find it. So,
Yeah.
you know, I think that's one of the good things about the old days. But you know, about terrestrial TV, that you do end up getting given stuff. You go, oh, I don't know what this is. I'll try it out. You know,
Yeah.
and then you might find
I think
Hammer.
I think I told you before, we had like an old school guy who would be on Friday and Saturday nights. It was like he dressed up like a teacher, but he would show, it was a local dude, and he would just show horror movies on Friday and Saturday night, and it was the good ones, you know. And he retired probably 20 years ago, and it's just, you know, it's not the same, you know, like those Friday night, you know, I know on the West Coast they had Elvira and everything, but they need to like bring something like that back.
You just reminded me of a film that you definitely know, because I think it's both of our generations kind of sort of a big film for us. But Fright Night.
Yes.
That's a good, isn't it? That's a
I
good film.
love Roddy McDowall. Like love.
Yeah. So do I.
I want to put Roddy McDowall in my pocket. My friend Flicka, when he was in that, I'm like, this is like the best. This is the best movie ever. And it was so good. The new Fright Night, oh gosh. I think I turned it off halfway. I'm like, no, Colin Farrell,
Yeah.
no, it's not working for me.
No, it's not the same.
It's gotta be the old school movie, and it's brilliant.
Chris
Oh,
Sarandon's very good at being creepy as well, isn't he?
yes. And the kid, the
Yeah.
evil kid with the, who's fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Good.
Brilliant. Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, well, let's catch up with some comments. People are chiming in here. Let's see. Margaret's in and out of work. She'll stick. Oh, she can't watch horror films. She'll stick with Hocus Pocus. Domesticated Wallflower. I don't know if it's been said, but hubby had me watch Warm Bodies. I didn't see Warm Bodies.
Oh yeah, I think that's another zombie one.
Okay. Dave said, did you watch the Van Helsing TV series? I loved that. I don't know if I saw it or not. I don't think I did.
Yeah, I saw that. That was good. I quite like that. It was quite sort of campy and fun from what I remember. Yeah, I liked it.
Levo Library. I love the book. I'll have to check that out. Not sure what that's in reference to.
Yeah, I don't know what that was.
Dave said, I saw Nightbreed at the cinema when it first came out. Same for Hellraiser. Well, those are two.
Oh, that might have been the book of Nightbreed that she was talking about.
Oh, maybe. Yeah. Dave said Italian horror Prague.
Yeah.
Ladder. Oh God, I've watched The Lost Boys so many times. Me too. Me too. My favorite line from The Lost Boys is, "Where are you going, Star?" That's my favorite movie. That's my favorite line. When he's talking to Kiefer's talking to, God, I can't even think of her name. She was in all the 80s movies. You know who I'm talking about if you saw her. Shit, I can't think of her name. But he's like, "Where are you going, Star?" Because she's walking off with Jason Miller's kid. You know what I'm talking about.
It wasn't Shannon Thingy, was it? Isn't that? Was it?
She was in Less Than Zero.
Oh yeah, Daphne Zuniga. Is it?
No. It'll happen it'll happen before we sign off for sure. We'll remember. Let's see. And Dave is not embarrassed to admit it. That's right, Dave. And when the guy with the saxophone comes on, you're tapping and you're snapping and you're singing along with it because he's got the moves. You know what I'm talking about, Dave. I don't even remember the name of that band. You know what I'm talking about.
He's made a career out of that. I think that saxophone.
That song they actually play on Sirius XM. They play it on First Wave. And I'm like, oh, it's that band. It's the band from the movie.
He keeps going to horror conventions and playing as the horror sax man, and he gets loads of appearances.
A lot of money for that, and that's a good gig. Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely.
what was the hit song from The Last Boys? That's the one we're talking about. Have you heard the album Sacrifice by Black Widow? One of the Italian prog labels was named after that band. I used to know the guy who made the inner gatefold art on the Sacrifice album. Dave, you have so many stories. You should
I love it. Yeah.
Domesticated Wallflower says, I'm going to bed. Take care all. Good night. Dave says, what about Vamps?
Vamps. Was that wasn't no, there's Vamp was the Grace Jones one, wasn't it? Don't know about Vamps. Do I know about Vamps? I don't think I know about Vamps. Don't know.
Legal's Library. One of Vincent Price's best movies is Shock. I recommend it to everyone. His I Am Legend movie was Last Man on Earth.
It was. It's one of the better ones, Last Man on Earth. I think Last Man on Earth and Omega Man, the Charlton Heston one.
That's a good one.
Yeah, they're not too bad. I still would love to have had one that was like the book, because the book's so brilliant. It's literally my joint favorite book of all time. But none of them really get that loneliness, and they don't get the one of my favorite things about I Am Legend is that guy, that neighbor, calling out Neville all night, and driving Neville mad while he keeps hearing this neighbor go no, because they're trying to draw him out, and they don't really capture this idea that he feels so, because it's not even just that he's cooped up, but they're kind of destroying his house through the night, and he's hoping they won't get in, and he has to rebuild it every day. And there's that sense that he's also trying to ignore these people trying to call him out. And he's also sexually frustrated because he misses women, and there's like these zombie women trying to lure him out. Also in the book, I don't think that's covered in the books. I just think that's a really cool idea as well. So there's all that sort of stuff going on in the book that's just not in any of the films,
Yeah.
Although I haven't seen I think his name's Mark Damascus. There's an action film called I Am Omega, which is based on the book. I haven't seen that. I've seen a trailer, and it's hilarious. And it really has got nothing to do with the book in the worst way possible. But I haven't seen the whole film. But the trailer is so funny. You're just like, what are you doing?
Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah. But I've seen the others.
Jess says, one of the scariest horror films that I saw years ago and love is the cult classic Sleepaway Camp.
Oh, yeah. That's that. There was like a spate of those kind of films, weren't they? Those sort of teenagers being attacked by serial killers, kind of.
Yeah.
I suppose the things that Scream comment on, the Scream films kind of comment on those kind of films, don't they?
Okay, let's ask a question, and we'll ask everybody that's in the chat. You are in a universe of one of these movies. You are about to get killed. Who is your killer? Is it Jason? Is it Michael? Or is it Freddy? You have to pick one.
I think it'd be Freddy. Because I think dreams and sleep and that kind of thing is the sort of thing I think about a lot. So I'd go with Freddy.
You're gonna go with Freddy?
Yeah, I'd go with Freddy. He's also a beautiful man.
I think I would go with Michael.
He's got a pizza face, so we're going back to pizzas again, aren't we, Freddy?
He was burned, right? He was burned.
Would it work? Yeah, he was. Would it work to put pineapples on Freddy Krueger's face? Would that work?
I don't think so. That's a whole other trend. You're getting silly because you got lack of sleep now.
You would go with Jason. Did you say you'd go with Jason?
No, I would go with Michael.
Oh, Michael, because you love the mask.
I would go with Michael because it would be silent, and I wouldn't know that he's creeping up on me. It would just be instantaneous, and I'd be gone. That's it. He'd be standing behind me. He wouldn't say a word, and it would just be over. Yep.
Okay, that's a great. Let's find out what other people, how they want to be killed.
How do people want to be killed in a horror movie? Let's see. I'm just going to scroll through these comments and give people.
I'll tell you what would be a nice death in a horror film. Like, this isn't those three guys, but how cool would it be? Well, I'll say how cool. No, it wouldn't be cool. But an interesting way of dying would be how David Warner dies in the original film, The Omen. with that massive sheet of glass taking his head off.
That's no, thank you.
You know,
No,
quick
no.
and painless.
Yeah, I can't. No. And how about in was it The Omen 2, where he's like in prep school and his friend gets caught under the ice and he's going down. He's like, I
that's
can't get
horrific.
out.
That's
No,
slow and
thank you.
horrible. No,
No, thank
that's
you.
not right.
No,
No.
that's not for me. No, thank you.
No thanks.
Gola says, I think watching a show on a specific day gave people more to talk about the next day. That's something I think we've lost with streaming. Yes. Appointment television was big. It was big, and now it's not anymore because you could turn on your show whenever you want to watch it, right?
Yeah.
It's like
I was telling my
go ahead.
Go on.
No, go ahead.
I was telling my students about because we cover MTV and videos and the video age and all that sort of stuff in one of the essays I have to write, and I was telling them about when there was an announcement they were going to show Michael Jackson's Thriller on Channel 4. So Channel 4 was a new channel at that time, and it was like trying to find its identity and doing some special things. There's big news at 11 o'clock they were going to show Thriller, and my sister asked my mum if I could stay up later. She said, "Oh, we've got to see it together. It's going to be awesome." And I was pretty young then. Would have been probably about 11 or 12 or something. And 11's very late for that kind of age.
Yeah.
It's probably not now. But yeah, I was allowed to stay up to watch Thriller, and that was a big deal that they were showing it at that time, and obviously everyone was talking about it the next day at school.
Yeah.
Awesome. You don't get that now.
Was it really. John Landis? Did he direct it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And it was also Rick Baker who did the effects, effects on American Werewolf in London.
Yeah. Now, did you stay up late to watch Duran Duran Girls on Film?
I remember it coming out because I was a teenage boy, and it was a very naughty video.
And they would only show it at a certain time at night.
Yeah, they made another version of the song, didn't they? There's another version of the song, another version of the video, isn't there? There's not quite as rude.
There's the clean version, but everybody wanted to watch the naughty version. They're not dumb. Huh? They're not dumb. All right. Let's see. Appointment television. Growing up, my mother gave me some audiobooks narrated by a Roddy McDowell and Morgan Fairchild team. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Love that. Yeah. Jamie Gertz. Thank you, Jess. Thank you, Jess. Thank you. Jamie Gertz. Jamie Gertz played Star in The Lost Boys, and she was in Less Than Zero. Yes, Jamie Gertz. 1000%. Yep. Dead on, Jess. Thank you. I could always count on Jess for giving us the right answers. Christopher Evenstar. Probably People Are Strange by my favorite. My favorite was Cry Little Sister. Yeah, Cry Little Sister is the one. It's the earworm.
Yeah. Wasn't there a Jimmy Barnes song though that was really big as well? Like an up-tempo, fast Jimmy Barnes song.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, because Cry Little Sister was a kind of a mid-tempo thing, but there was much more of a kind of rhythm, kind of Jimmy Barnes shouty song.
Maybe.
Might be the first track on the soundtrack. I don't know, but yeah, I think that was a thing. I think that was a single as well. Someone tell me what a Jimmy Barnes song is.
Dave Brzezinski says, yes, I meant Vamp. Sorry.
Oh, right,
Vamp with Grace Jones. Yeah, Diane, hey, Diane, how are you? I love Vincent Price. Me too.
Yeah, me too.
I have his cookbook. Did you know he has a cookbook?
I didn't know he had a cookbook. That's brilliant.
It is the most gorgeous book I think I have. I think I did it. I showed it off in your tag. I think the book collecting tag or something like that.
Oh, okay.
That last year.
In that case, I definitely saw it.
Yeah, but it's a faux leather bound gold front. Like it looks very opulent. And him and his wife were foodies. And what they would do is they would travel around the world, and all these famous restaurants that they would go to, they would ask.
Oh, no, I remember you saying it. No, yeah.
So it's and you could see Vincent Price, and he's tasting soup, and he's, behind the counter and doing all these things. But yeah, him and his wife are foodies, love food. And it's the Vincent Price and so Price cookbook. Yep.
Talking about Vincent Price, I'm a huge Tim Burton fan.
Me too.
The first thing he ever did like Disney didn't like what he was doing for Black Cauldron and all that, and they said, you know, thanks a lot, mate, but we're not using your sketches. But
Prince
here's a
Vince.
little bit of money. Say again.
Prince Vince.
Yeah. They said, here's a bit of money to make a little short film called Vincent.
Yeah.
And they had Vincent Price narrating the story about a little boy who's obsessed with Vincent Price. It's such a brilliant film.
It's so good.
Yeah.
It's so good. Somebody posted, okay, I'm not on TikTok a lot, but somebody posted this thing and it went through the different movies that Tim Burton did. And it took the characters in all of the movies, and basically it's one character as they keep getting older. Like I saw that and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's it. That's what happened. So it's
that's Tim Burton getting older. That's what it is, isn't it?
I guess. But if I could find it, I'll send it to you. But it shows the characters from one movie and then the next movie and then the next movie as they get older. And I'm like, there's a hidden meaning in all of this. It's all connected. Brilliant.
He's very personal in the way he does his films, I think. He's not just in case someone says it in the chat, he's not as reliable as he used to be. It's got to be said. So a lot of his best films in the first half of his career, for definite. But I still love him, though.
What do you think? I'm totally going off. Tim Burton Superman.
Yeah, it would have been interesting. The more I hear about it, the more I think it would have been interesting. I mean,
did you see the documentary?
Yeah. It's
fascinating, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's fascinating. I don't know about Nick Cage as Superman, I suppose.
I know.
I think Nick Cage is a great comedy actor. I think Nick Cage should just do comedies. You know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. My favorite movie with him is Valley Girl. True story.
My favorite movie is his Raising Arizona. I love that so much.
That's a good one too. Yep, that's a good one too.
And the Holly Hunter's insane in it.
Yes. Dave says my favorite book of all. Your favorite book of all time, Dave, of all time, is The House on the Borderland by William Hope Hudson. Just as short as I Am Legend. I'm gonna write that down, Dave Brzezinski.
Yeah, we need to read that. Everyone's got to read that.
All time.
It's a big statement from the great Dave.
That's huge. The House on the Borderland. Okay.
It's a great title.
Yeah. Book Blather, or Christopher says Book Blather. Yeah, those were both awesome. Michael. Okay, so Diane says she would want Michael to get her. Yes. Book Girl TV says Jason. She would go with Jason. Jason's just so aggressive. I just need.
Well, maybe just like that. I don't know.
The what?
Maybe just like that.
Maybe. Let's see. Dave says none of them are good enough. Not even Freddie?
Well, maybe Dave likes the David Warner idea from Yeoman.
Maybe. Gola says Freddie. Gola's with you on Freddie. Let's see. Greg says Freddie, I guess. I don't think he kills old guys though. You never know. Yeah. I can't not sleep. I go on 4 hours a day. I've been up since 4 a.m. Like I'm good. Freddie, Dave and Olive say Freddie. Good reasoning, MJ. I'm with you. B-roll is with me. Ellis is with me.
I like the fact that when Greg said you might not get old, it might not kill old people, and you went, well, you never know. It's like you're going, well, we live in hope.
That's right. You never know. You're saying there's still a chance. We're still relevant. Ellis says, but Ghostface from Scream would be my choice if he didn't say anything. Okay, because the Ghostface voice from Scream is just so bad. Because now they have it on TikTok. Like you can type in words and it'll use the Scream voice, and it's just like, ugh. There's something about it that's just irritating. Like I would be irritated to death before Ghostface even put his hands on me.
This is not the film Scream, but I do. Obviously, it's based on Munch's painting. Just want to throw it out there. Like, I absolutely love that painting. I think it's so amazing.
It's a great painting, for sure.
Incredible. incredible.
Oh, of course. We have to talk about that. I would rather be killed by the naked vampire girl in Life Force.
Greg, that was
Everybody would.
Someone look up what date that came out, because that was quite an important moment for me watching that film as a kid.
I'm going to say 79.
Is it that early? I would have been 8. I don't think I would have been interested when I was 8. I think it must be a bit later than that.
I'm going to ask Siri right now. Hold on.
Okay.
Life Force was released on the 21st of June, 1985.
1985.
Oh, so I was 14. So yeah, I definitely would have. 14-year-old seeing those first 15 minutes or whatever. Mm-hmm. Natalie Bay, wasn't it? Was it Natalie Bay?
I don't know.
Not sure.
Don't know.
Maybe that's why I got into French women.
Jess says, I have to go, everyone. Have a good night. Bye, Jess. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out with us. Courtney doesn't know any of these songs.
Which
good evening, Diane.
Oh, those songs. There's Lost Boys, isn't it?
Yeah. Hey, Courtney, you're not alone. I'm a bit lost on the songs, too. You just got to watch the movie. This is not my music or films. Courtney, you never saw The Lost Boys?
Sorry, Courtney.
It's a classic. Both Corys are in there. Corey Haim and Corey Feldman. Come on. Yes, I remember hearing and reading Vincent was a foodie. Yes. And it's massive. It's like this big. It's really good. When did he go from Nicolas Cage to Nick Cage? I think did he start as Nick Cage?
He started off as Nicholas Coppola, because he wasn't
that in Valley Girl, was he?
It's Francis Ford Coppola's nephew. So when he was in what was it? I think it was directed by Francis Ford Coppola. There was like a film about street gangs.
Mm-hmm.
He was called Coppola then, and then from then on he was Nicolas Cage. And as far as I know, he's only ever credited as Nicolas Cage. And I think it's culturally he's called Nick Cage. I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, I think so.
The films I know, but the music is largely new to me. You just watch the film. It's those songs that play in the background. It's the earworms. If you watch the film 20 times or more, you kind of just, Dave knows what I'm talking about. Dave and Olive. Voiced to Death. Yes. Life Force, 1985. Ellis is there with the information. 60 Minutes is late due to football. I'm back. Hi, Alan.
Hi, Al.
Okay, I did see The Lost Boy. Yeah, it's just those 80s songs that keep playing throughout the soundtrack, basically. The Lost Boys.
Yeah, I still want to know what that Jimmy Barnes one's called.
The what?
I still want to know what that Jimmy Barnes song is called. It's not Cry Little Children, but I'll have a look later.
The Outsiders.
Yeah, that was it. I think that's the full couple of one. Yeah. Great shout.
Wait, was Nick Cage in The Outsiders?
Yeah.
Who did he play?
There's like a bunch of kids in it. I think it was just one of them.
Okay. All right. Can you name how many actors were in there?
Matt Dillon?
Yeah.
Mickey Rourke?
No. Not that I know
of.
No.
No, Mickey Rourke was in Diner, wasn't he? Can't get confused with Diner. It's a very different film.
Yeah.
Maybe Daniel Stern? But no, he probably wasn't in that. He was in Diner, I think. Why am I thinking they're the same film?
I don't know. Okay. So you had Tom Cruise.
Oh, okay.
Patrick Swayze.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
C. Thomas Howell. Remember C. Thomas Howell? Okay.
Yeah.
Emilio, one of the Estevezes. Was Emilio Estevez?
Yeah. The good one.
Ralph Macchio, the Karate Kid.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's him and Pony Boy. Stay Golden, Pony Boy. Did I name them all? Tom Cruise. It was one of Tom Cruise's first films. Yeah. A lot of A-list people in there. Matt Dillon. Oh, Cherry. Oh, what's her name?
Oh, do you mean Molly Ringwald?
No.
She was in a film called Cherry 2000 or Cherry 3000. I thought that might be what you meant.
No, Cherry 2000 was Melanie Griffith.
Oh yeah. So I'm
Yeah.
talking out of my ass anyway. Um,
Who was it? Oh, Diane. Diane. No, not Diane Keaton. Diane.
yeah, she wouldn't have been in that. Oh, Diane Ladd? No, that wouldn't
Close.
have been Diane Ladd.
It's close. It's right there. Diane Lane. Thank you, Diane.
Diane
Yes,
Ladd,
it's
Diane
Diane
Ladd.
Lane. She's like a classic beauty. I love Diane Lane. She's perfect, and she doesn't age. Rob Lowe. Yes, Rob Lowe is in
Oh,
there
Rob
too.
Lowe. Yeah.
Yes. No, Keanu's not in there. He wasn't in there yet. C. Thomas Howell. Yes.
He's a lot young. I
Hi,
think he's
Wanda.
quite a bit
How
younger.
are you?
Though, isn't
What? What'd you say?
he? Keanu Reeves is younger than that lot, isn't he? He was like the next
Yeah.
wave, wasn't
Well, Keanu's 59. So
he? Yeah, and I
he
think
would have been around, he would have been on the younger side, but I don't think he
Yeah.
was in LA then.
yeah.
Let's see. See Thomas Howell, Keanu. Who did the cover of People Are Strange and the Lost Boys? The cult? No, wasn't it
Is it Echo
Bauhaus?
and the Bunnymen?
Echo and the
Echo and the
Bunnymen.
Bunnymen?
That's it. Echo and the Bunnymen. Yeah. Yep. Ralph Macchio, Rob Lowe. Such a good one. I'm trying to think. I love stumping people. This is like when you go to bars and you're doing the trivia thing. We should play that.
Yeah. The
That'd be
pub
fun.
quiz. Do you have pub quizzes
Yeah,
then?
Well, I
Nice.
mean, they don't really call it pop quiz, but it's like
No, pub quiz. Not pub quiz.
mm-mm.
Pub. No.
Pub? No,
Pub
not
quiz,
really.
yeah.
No, I mean they have like a trivia thing, but nothing major. Keanu was in River's Edge. Permanent Record is the first one that I've seen with Keanu. Yeah, he was in
This
River's Edge.
isn't early, Keanu, but I was wondering because you love him so much. Do you know the film The Gift?
I know the film, but
I think he's good in that.
I don't
he's-
remember him. I don't remember him in that.
It's the first time he'd done a serious role. I think it was just after Bill and Ted, and I thought he plays a sinister kind of a murderer kind of character, or at least someone who's suspected as being a murderer, from what I remember. But yeah, it's a really good film. I thought Gus Van Sant directed it, and I think the only reason why I watched it is because it's got a score by Danny Elfman. But it's a really good film.
Oh, okay. Because Gus Van Sant did My Own Private Idaho.
Yeah,
Which was really good.
Yeah, that's a great film.
Leif
Phoenix
Garrett.
is a great actor.
Yeah.
Was a great actor.
Angela's here. Leif Garrett was the baddie, wasn't he? Leif Garrett in River's Edge. I think he was. I think he was.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Diane loves this. I love it too. It's like when you talk about all these old things, it's almost like we're vampires and we get all that energy from them. Then all of our wrinkles and aches and pains go away. I bet I could beat you all in Beatles trivia. I know you could, Ellen. I know you could. I think so. River Phoenix. Rest in peace, River Phoenix. At my age, I have trouble remembering what I just forgotten. Correct them. Drugstore Cowboy. So I just saw something about Drugstore Cowboy. One of the most impactful yet underrated films. Did Gus Van Sant do that one too? They had
Drugstore Cowboy. Oh, maybe
there was a band that covered Sweet Jane for that movie, I think. Oh, I can't think of it. But that was good. That was
keep me in the chat. I need to go over there for a second. Keep me in the chat.
Okay. All right, let's talk about Gareth while he's gone. I meant in The Outsiders. Yes, he is. I believe is it Leaf? I think you're right. He's a soc. He's a soc, not a greaser. Yeah, I think he is in it. Oh, I'll tell you what. Here's the thing. Well, Dave, I love you. But don't diss my man. Okay, don't diss Keanu. So I think he's fabulous. And I do enjoy his performance in Constantine. And at the concert, somebody yelled in the audience because we had like a little bit of chit chat time with him. They asked what the status was, and he said he's trying to get Constantine in I don't know, is it Marvel or is it DC? But he wants to incorporate that character again, and I'm here for it. I am here for it for sure. So yeah, that's so mean, lousy Keanu. Yes, Gus directed it. Yes, and that was Matt Dillon and Kelly Lynch, right? Yeah, I think so. Cowboy Junkies. See, you guys are so smart. You guys are so smart. Thank you, thank you. I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen The Gift. I honestly don't think so. And I've seen a lot of Keanu's movies. Cowboy Junkies, yes. Yes, Cowboy Junkies did Sweet Jane. Thank you, Jane Nicole. Thank you to everyone in the chat for giving all this knowledge. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I thought Sam Raimi directed Billy Bob's The Gift. Am I thinking of the wrong film? I don't know. We're going to have to ask when Gareth comes back. Keanu in Point Break is epic. Yeah, for sure. For sure. That's when he busted it. Well, Speed was before that, correct? Yeah, Speed was before. Hi.
Hello. So I could hear Ralph. I had to check on the dogs.
Aww.
But yeah, they're downstairs.
So my heart's been broken. Because Dave Brzezinski does not like Keanu at all and thought he was lousy as Constantine. So I had words with Dave. I still love him, but I had words with him.
Well, I heard, as I was coming back up, I heard Point Break being mentioned.
Yes.
That's a great film.
Diane asked if Katie Holmes was in The Gift. Do you know? It was Katie Holmes?
Yes, I think she was. Okay. I think she was.
And the band that I couldn't think that covered Sweet Jane is the Cowboy Junkies.
Cowboy Junkies. Yeah.
Yes. And then
band.
Diane asked, I thought Sam Raimi directed Billy Bob's The Gift. Am I thinking of the wrong film?
No, yeah. That's it. Yeah.
Okay.
Sam Raimi directed The Gift. Yeah. I didn't mention who directed it. No, it was Sam Raimi. I love Sam Raimi stuff. Yeah.
And let's just do a little status check here. Have you checked your sub count? Are we still at the same? Is everyone in the chat sub to Gareth? Because he's this close to hitting 1K. And I'm gonna peek right now because I'm your friend, and that's what
they've all left. It's gone below probably. It's now 424 probably now.
No, 994. You're 6 away.
Oh wow, that's amazing. 4 new ones.
See, so
if those 4 people are in this chat, thank you so much and hello.
Yes, and if you're not subscribed, subscribe now, because if we get him to 1,000 in this chat, I'm going to be like cemented. I'm going to be cemented in your memory forever, buddy. Yeah.
you always will be. Yeah, I will owe MJ some kind of present, won't I? So what would that be?
Just your lifelong friendship. No, that's it.
All right. I was gonna ask you if you could guess. I've got a film that's going to be in my top 10 horror films. That is a Stephen King related film.
I'm not good at that.
It's not. I'm not good at that. It's from the period of films that we keep talking about. So it's like an 80s thing. Okay. It's not a proper horror film. It's not it's not Stand By Me, which is not really that horrific, is it? No. But it's a wonderful film. It's a great film, but it's not a horror film, is it? No. It's just 4 guys trying to run away from a train. It's a wonderful film, but it's not that. And I wondered if you might be able to guess what it might be. Maybe some people in the chat will try and guess. If I say it's got a connection to Stephen King, but I'm wording it deliberately because it's not quite based on a book.
I know what it is. Ding, ding, ding.
Do you know what it is?
I know what it is. Is it Lucas?
Which one?
Is it Lucas?
Lucas? No.
Okay.
No. He wrote this. He wrote the film. He wrote the script, and it's directed by George Romero.
Oh, okay. Let's go.
Oh, and he's in it. He's in it as well. He plays the main character in one of the stories.
Cat's Eye? No,
but Cat's Eye's good.
Yeah. Do you know Debbie
That's
Harry
not
was in Debbie Harry was in Cat's Eye?
She was also in Videodrome. How good is Videodrome?
I've never seen it.
You've never seen it? You said you're a David Cronenberg fan. You haven't seen Videodrome?
I've never seen it. Honest to
Crazy,
God.
what are you doing?
Nobody I dated and nobody I'm married to watches the stuff that I watch. So if I'm gonna go, I have to
You
go
gotta
by
watch
myself.
Videodrome.
You know what I mean? It's a lonely life being a nerd.
There are a few films that make you think that David Cronenberg is a very special man, and Videodrome is one of them. You watch Videodrome,
I'm almost point positive. I've never seen it. It sounds familiar and it looks familiar, but I know I've never seen it. I'm almost.
Have you ever seen James Woods put a video cassette inside his stomach?
I don't think I have. So no, I've never seen it. Let me get my pen out.
Or his hand turned into a gun.
I have a lot of homework. Our next video is going to be MJ's reaction to the following movies.
Yeah, definitely. Well, yeah, you'll watch Videodrome, and it won't be such a surprise that he did crash.
I gotta watch
a little
The
while
Fly
after that.
first. I got a lot of MJ. You gotta watch The Fly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. But you need to catch up on Cronenberg, basically.
I need to have like a Cronenberg marathon, and I never saw the most recent one either, the body horror one. Never saw it.
No, I haven't seen that yet, to be fair. Which was that was a remake, wasn't it, Erlen?
I think
he
so.
did Crimes of the Future he made, which was one of his first films.
Yeah.
He did Stereo and Crimes of the Future, and then he started getting like an American budget, but they were Canadian independent films.
Yeah.
The first one I think was that's right, because he did Rabid and The Brood. The Brood and Rabid were like stepping up a little bit with the budget, and then he did Scanners, which was like
I remember Scanners
released properly. Yeah. I remember I showed that, I watched that with my son, because again, like my daughter, when they got old enough to watch anything, it was like we watched films together. It was really cool. It was one of the, you get these different periods in that kind of thing. Like, you're looking after them, and then they're old enough to watch stuff. So you watch stuff with them. And I remember, sorry, I remember sitting next to my daughter watching Donnie Darko.
Such
that
a
was
good
heavy.
film.
It was a great film, but oh my god, it's a heavy film to watch with your daughter. But then, although saying that, this is a real tangent, but it's a very strange experience as a parent. Going to the video store, going, oh, that looks like a pretty little film for a family like moment with my kids. To what's it called? Bridge over Terabithia, I think it's called.
Oh yeah.
And then you just put it on, thinking, "Oh, this would be jolly," and both your kids are bawling their eyes out halfway through because it's so
sad.
incredibly sad. And you're like, "What have I done to my kids?" But anyway, going back to my point, when I watched Scanners again. Obviously, I'd seen it a few times, but I watched it with my son, and he loved it, and it was just really cool. Like, it's not it. You would think it was a bit dated, but this was just a few years ago. And he really liked it, and I thought, yeah,
cool.
Awesome.
All right, let's catch up with the chat, because I think you asked a question and maybe somebody has an answer.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Point Break. Dave, I'm not tolerating that here in this forum. Okay. There is Keanu respect here. Okay. Just putting there. Okay. Dave, I think we were all about the same age. Yeah, we're all. Hey, the Vintage Viking is here. The Vintage Viking is awesome. And I buy his books when he sells them, and make sure that you are subscribed to him. He just hit 500 not too long ago, and he should have like way more. And Vintage Viking, make sure you subscribe to this guy too. Yeah, because we're trying to get him. He's this close to 1,000. He's this close. Wait, let's just double check to make sure that we haven't moved up in the world.
Don't look too often. It'll go down.
You did it. You did it. You did it. You did it. You did it.
Have we done it? Have I done it?
You did it. You did it. Right there.
That's crazy.
Right there. You did it. Thank you, everyone in the chat. Thank you, everyone in the chat. Congratulations. buddy.
That's
Congratulations.
awesome.
You did it
That's really
here
cool.
with us.
It's the
like a big family.
it's all down to you. Everyone's scared of you, MJ. I think that's what it is.
The what?
Everyone's scared of you.
Why are they scared? No one's scared.
You're gonna attack you with a scythe, or no, you'll attack
Now,
them.
Listen, if I turn into a zombie, y'all better get scared. No,
Then
be
you'll-
scared of me. I'm a good person. You hit 1,000. I'm so happy for you.
That's amazing.
I
That is
remember when you were
absolutely amazing.
doing. I remember when you were doing push-ups at 444. We've been together. Like I know when I'm around like my friends and like when we've been together. So we've been together since the low 300s, I think.
Yeah. I remember when it went to 100. I was so over the moon when it went to 100. I was just like, this is amazing. 100 people want to see my videos. It's an amazing thing.
It's so good.
Do you remember? So I did like things like the 666 tag and things like that. And then do you remember what I did when I got 750 subs?
I don't remember offhand.
I juggled 750 balls.
She did. I remember that.
Which I don't think anyone else has ever done, but I did it. And you just watched my video. I juggled 750 balls.
I just remember you doing the plank or the push-ups, and you're like, "Come on, MJ, I know you can do it." And I'm like,
"Yeah, the all fours tag." That's what it was.
That was all
and
fours
I did that stupid video when I was on all fours.
Mm-hmm. But hey, listen, you got here, buddy. Congratulations. You ain't going back down now.
What's that mean? I've got to juggle 1,000 balls now. I don't know if I can do that. 750 was hard enough.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, you got to get your Q&A queued up.
Really small balls.
Marbles. Tiny.
Yeah, marbles. Okay. Yeah, but I've lost my marbles.
Let's get back to the chat. Ooh, that was a good celebration. Yay!
That was amazing. Yeah.
That was so cool. I told you we would do it. I told you. Vintage Viking said the gift is so good.
Yeah, really underrated, I think.
I need to watch the gift, especially if Keanu's in there. Hey, Bitter Almonds is here. Funny, Dennis Hopper showed up twice with Keanu, Speed and River's Edge. Yes, he did.
Dennis Hopper's a funny guy, isn't he?
Yeah. Yes, Katie Holmes was in the gift. Yes. Katie was in the gift. We are so... No, we're only 15 minutes behind. It was a murder mystery. Okay, thank you, Gareth. I'm checking Gareth's channel every day. He hit it. He did it. Angela, if I could sub to Gareth twice, I would. Angela's a flashback. Can I just tell you, like, there's certain subscribers and viewers that you just get to know. We are sisters from different misters. Like, she's awesome.
Thank you. That's such a lovely thing to say.
I know. Look, 994. He did it. Everybody says, congrats. All right. My least favorite Keanu movie is The Devil's Advocate. He could not pull a Southern accent. No, he couldn't.
Yeah. What? I mean, to be fair, before John Wick happened, I think people did say they didn't like him as a serious actor. And I think films like The Gift were ignored and that sort of stuff. But I think maybe before The Matrix, maybe that changed things. But yeah, films like that, he was put in random films like that weren't necessarily the right thing for him to be in. So yeah, that did happen.
But I think that's what makes him kind of endearing. That's just me, you know.
Well, I think I saw an interview with him on, I think it was on Good Morning Britain, one of our magazine shows in the morning. You know,
we have Good Morning America here.
Yeah. He seemed like a really nice guy. Obviously, you can't tell from he might go off and punch a baby or something, but
no,
he seemed nice.
He would fit.
He seemed like he wouldn't punch a baby when I was watching him.
He would totally fit into our crew. He's awkward as fuck. Awkward. He's socially awkward. Yes. No. And that's a compliment. He's just like us.
He does look awkward, yeah. But he just seemed, I don't know, he seemed like awkward but chilled.
That's what he is.
Does that make sense? Yeah.
If we weren't in this forum and we were in public, we would be awkward. I would be awkward. But turn the camera on, I'm somebody else, baby.
Yeah. It's funny, yeah, because I'm obviously I'm the front man of a band, but there are so many situations where I don't feel comfortable. Like I've got a long-term friend that has invited me to this December gathering with loads of people I don't know. And they're all going to get drunk, and I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know. I will go because he's invited me, but it's going to be weird. So yeah, it's all about certain circumstances where you feel all right in it. And
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, Keanu, awkward in social situations unless he's around people that he knows for sure.
I just
Diane
thought when
said, "What? Go ahead."
No, I was just thinking when I think it was 100 subs when I did a quick 40-second song thanking everybody. I think it was. I think it was
Well,
100.
after you sign off, you're gonna have to do it short. You know that, right?
I have to do something.
Yeah. Look at everybody's here in the chat. Diane said she was the 994. Jane Nicole says she was the 995.
What?
Bitter Almond says The Devil's Advocate was still a decent movie. Yeah, it was decent. Mott the Hoople did a great version of Sweet Jane, but that was early 70s. Yeah, that was early 70s. And I was just in diapers. Thank you, Bitter. Vintage Viking, I've been sub for a while now. That's awesome.
Thank you, man.
Christine, is that your answer, Christine?
Christine, I really like that film, and I think Keith Gordon's a really interesting guy. And I'd love it, really love it. If someone says,
is that the answer to your question?
No, it's not.
Okay.
But I've got really animated now because there's a film that nobody ever talks about. It seems to be massively obscure, and you can't get it anymore. The world wants to forget it, and I saw it in an independent cinema. I'm pretty sure it's written and directed by Keith Gordon, and he plays the main character, and it's called Static. And he spends the first 15-20 minutes of the film telling everyone that he's managed to invent this TV screen that shows heaven, and they all think he's a bit of a loon, and he's like insisting that he can see heaven on this TV screen, and it's just static. And he goes on his bus, and he just basically kind of holds up the bus. He makes it stop, and he says, "I'll need a TV crew here because this is really important, and I can see heaven on this TV screen." And it's an amazing film. It's just static. It's just it's so brilliant, and because Keith Gordon is such a odd looking guy, it's just you know he plays that kind. And Amanda Plummer is his girlfriend. I've never forgotten the fact that she plays his girlfriend, and obviously now she's done other things, like she's amazing in The Fisher King, and she's just done that recent. What did she do recently? She as an older. She was in the latest Picard. She played the villain in the last season of Picard. So Amanda Plummer's brilliant, but she plays his girlfriend in it, and it's just such. I would love it if someone said in the chat they'd seen the film Static, because it's so odd and different.
Bet Dave Brzezinski's seen it.
He probably has, but yeah,
I wrote it down. It's on my list now.
yeah. If you can if you can find it, that's awesome. But I've got a VHS version of it. I haven't got a video cassette player anymore. But yeah, I won't get rid of it because I've never seen it in like available on DVD or Blu-ray or whatever.
Yeah.
It's such an interesting film. It's really different. It's like one of those films that you don't know where it's going, you don't know what's going to happen, and everything about it is just really odd. That
sounds interesting. That's right up my alley.
Yeah. I love films like that. I did that. Yeah, sorry.
No, that's okay.
Well, I was gonna say I've got all animated now because of Static. But there's a video that I put up about a year ago, which was 10 underrated films. And they're films like that where I really like them, but nobody seems to talk about them. And one of them was Buffalo 66. Have you seen Buffalo 66?
It sounds familiar, but I don't think I have.
You see if this rings bells. So a guy who was in prison gets released from prison, and he wants to see his parents, but he knows his parents will want him to have had a girlfriend or a wife. I think it might even be a wife. And he meets Christina Ricci in a bar, and he asks her if she'll pretend to be his wife or girlfriend. And she said, "Yeah, right." She's bored. She says, "Yeah, right." And it's just this really weird situation where they go to, and his parents are really weird, and they have this weird conversation where they don't know anything about each other, and they've got to pretend to be either a long-term girlfriend or wife. Can't quite remember, but it's just a really weird film. It's brilliant, and it's just clearly characters, and it's awesome.
Yeah,
Buffalo
I've
66.
never seen it.
Write that one down.
Well, it sounds good.
I should do a weekly film recommendation. That's a short.
homework like a book report. I have to bring a book report about all the movies I failed to watch. Bitter Almond says John Carpenter.
John Carpenter.
Was
What's
that
your
it?
favorite John Carpenter film? Well, The Thing is going to be the best John Carpenter film, isn't it? Really.
Diane says Cujo.
Cujo's a good shout, but this is a film where Stephen King is in it as well.
1957 Plymouth Fury.
No, don't even know what that is.
Show.
Yes.
Bitter Almonds. Got it. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Well,
Angela got it. Angela got it. See, I told you, Angela's awesome. She's awesome. She got it too.
Yeah, he plays a man who slowly turns into a plant.
Oh, and here we go. Dave Brzezinski answered it too. Creep Show. Ellis answered Creep Show, and they all answered
like that film.
They all answered at the same time because it's all 10:28. We're literally 15 minutes behind in the chat. Thanks for the ride, lady.
Yeah, thanks for the ride, lady.
Jay Nicole says, for a horror show, I like The Changeling with George C. Scott.
I don't know that one.
Gareth, do you have to
I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it. I don't know what happens or much about it, but I know it exists, if you know what I mean.
Okay. Bitter Alma says The Raft is the best segment from Creep Show.
The Raft is in Creep Show 2, I think.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure The Raft is in Creep Show 2, which is not as strong as Creep Show 1. So if Bitter Almonds can what's the word? Agree? That's not the word. If you could say, yeah, that's true. I'm pretty sure that's true. It's in Creep Show 2, I think. Creep Show 1 has got the one with the insects at the end. It's got the one with Ted Danson who gets drowned. There's the one with Adrian Barbeau in it with the thing in the crate, just called The Crate.
Bitter Almond says, long live the new flesh.
that is Videodrome.
Ah!
That's Videodrome. David Cronenberg is famous for on his sets in his early days. He used to shout, "More blood, more blood."
Mm-hmm. Diane says, hashtag nerds rock. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do.
Ah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's nice. We've actually kept on the, what's this one?
The what?
Oh, yeah. So someone else liked The Raft.
Yeah. Bitter Almonds, The Raft. That's my jam. That's Ellis.
I really like The Raft as well. I'm just pretty sure it's in Creep Show 2, but I really liked it as well. It's a great segment in I think it's filmed really well as well. It's just this weird sort of amorphous thing that's in the river by the raft. Yeah, it's cool. It's quite creepy. Isn't it good that we've stayed on a horror sort of subject? We haven't.
When we get chatty, we get. I said in my community tab, I'm like, we get talking. We're gonna be talking for a while because we jive, you and I.
Yeah.
Let's see. Bitter Almond says, I love Cronenberg's body horror SFX. Alan said he pushed you over 1,000, mate. Portland Tarot. Let's see. Bitter Almond says that's on the level of Tsukamoto's Tetestu, the Iron Man.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, a while back. Yeah, it's like again, some good body horror, I think, in that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's some. I think it's pretty influenced by Cronenberg. I think. Yeah.
Diane said that would be a reaction video I would watch. Yeah, me too. Shivers is great.
Shivers. I missed that one out. Shivers was also an early Cronenberg one. So he did Rabid, The Brood, and Shivers, and then he did Scanners.
Night Riders with Ed Harris.
Oh yeah, that's George Romero. About bikers.
All the young dudes. I love Ian Hunter. Bitter Almond says, see ya in Pittsburgh. It's a good take on The Last Temptation of Christ.
What is? Oh, Tetsuo, maybe.
I don't know.
I'm not sure what that is. So maybe you could maybe expand on that because I'm lost.
Okay, we are so far back in the chat. We're just getting to congratulations for you for hitting 1,000. How about that?
Awesome.
And if anybody that's in the chat that is not subscribed to my buddy Gareth, make sure you do it because you're missing
Yeah,
out.
it'll go down tomorrow, won't it? I will go all excited and go, yay! And then it's something, I don't know. It does go up and down, doesn't it?
You'll have 10 more before the night's out because people are going to be watching this replay. Look at everybody's so proud of you. Everybody's like 1,000, yay! The MJ bump. That's right. Bitter Almonds got my back. Bitter Almonds knows what's up.
I'm glad I said bump. I can't quite see it properly. I thought it said the MJ bum. And you know,
bump. B-U-M-P.
We shouldn't be discussing your...
This is a proper show, Gareth. This is a proper show. Okay, we're not talking bums here. We're talking bumps.
Bump.
I have 4 channels. Thank me later. Alan, you have 4 channels? What are you doing with 4 channels? Come on now.
Oh, really?
Dave and Olive, look, you guys are twinsies. See, you're twinsies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should have done this live together.
The MJ effect. Everybody says congrats to you. 750 balls or cojones. The MJ effect is real. Now we're gonna have like, instead of like support small booktube, we're just gonna have the MJ effect. Yeah,
the MJ effect.
It's a good one. Vintage Viking. Sorry to have to run. Have a good night, all. Congrats again. Bye, Vintage Viking. His book hauls are so good.
Yeah. I found out. Again, I might have said this to you before. I'm the biggest percentage of my DNA when I did a DNA test is Viking.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. So because of my family, I thought I'd be mostly Welsh, but
yeah,
the biggest percentage is like Norway and Denmark, and then there's another percentage that's English, and then there's another percentage below that that's Welsh. So
that's wonderful. Yeah. I love.
So that. I need to find my brethren, and I need to pillage some villages. That's what I need to do.
How about Bookish? Brian? Do you know Brian from Bookish?
Yeah.
Well, he's from God, I just lost my train of thought. From what
it's
is
my
his
fault.
name? No, it is. Bruce, the Bruce clan.
The Bruce clan
from is it Scotland?
Australia?
What was his name?
Oh, Robert the Bruce.
Robert the Bruce. Yes, that's my great grandfather or whatever.
Well, yours.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, both, because Brian is linked. His DNA goes back the same way. So somewhere
he's your cousin.
DNA. He's my distant cousin, probably to like the 1,000th power. But yeah.
Maybe he's your dad.
No. No, because he's not that much older than me, dude.
Yeah, I know. I feel really bad.
Brian, if you're watching this.
A minute ago, I just made a generalization about Vikings pillaging villages, which I shouldn't have done. So I apologize to my my people. I shouldn't have done that. And then also, Brian, one of the loveliest men that's I've never met in person. I love Brian, and I just made out that he was like 20 years older than you, which is not right. So if he's watching this now,
he was a senior in high school and I was a freshman.
I think he'll laugh. I think maybe there'll be a comment. We go, don't worry about Gareth. It's all good.
Can you imagine if we were drinking during this? If we were drinking cider, one night we'll have to do that.
Maybe he's your mum, and then it would be obviously a joke. But because I said that he's your dad, then it's a suggestion that I might think he might be 20 years older than you, but clearly he's not.
His character, his like my dad had gray hair, my dad had blue eyes, so it's in the family somewhere. You know what I'm saying?
I've got grey hair and blue eyes.
We're not.
Maybe
related.
I'm your dad.
No, you're not related. No, you're my brother from another mother.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's get back to some comments. All right, Diane says,
Brian,
I think
Brian looks like 28, so you know.
Well, I'm 22. Come on, man. All right.
I'm
Diane,
4.
Well, I'm not that. You're on your own with that. What the hell? What time is it over there? Is it like 4 o'clock in the morning?
I have no idea. What time is it?
It's almost. It's 11 here. Yeah, it's running at 4 o'clock in the morning. What time?
4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. Are you
I'm
gonna go to
supposed to
sleep
be.
soon?
I'm supposed to be going out with my sister tomorrow, but maybe I'll tell her that I need to sleep.
That's probably a good idea.
Well, I told her I was doing this, and she's not in the chat. So, do you know what I mean?
But did you think you were going to be, dude? We're rolling up on 3 hours. Did you think we were going to be 3
It's
hours?
going to take me about an hour to move these Stephen King books off my bed. So, I don't think I'll be sleeping tonight. There's like 51 Stephen King books on my bed.
Oh, just stay up. Sleep on them. Sleep around them.
Which is probably better than having 51 Stephen Kings on my bed.
Yeah, for sure.
That's not a kind of service you want to order, is it?
All right, we're going back to some comments now. Diane said, "I think the Matrix cemented him for the regular masses. He was my kind before that. Yeah, he's been my kind since he landed on Earth for sure." Are you munching on your broken cookie? No, that damn broken cookie. No, I had to put some gum in my mouth because I started getting dry mouth from talking so much.
I've got really. I'll tell you what. This
What?
tea that went like empty ages ago.
Well, yeah, I had a coffee here, so I had to bring a water.
I know. I'm miles away from my kettle, so this proves how much I love you, MJ. That I'm happy to chat to you without a cup of tea.
Pretty soon, I'm gonna have to run to the ladies' room. You know what I'm saying?
I ran out like days ago.
Do you want to make a refill and come back?
No, it's all good.
Sure?
We can chat. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. If I lose the ability to open my mouth because I'm so dry, then maybe we'll do it then.
Okay.
I'm going.
Do you know what I'm doing? Do you know what I'm doing? You know what I'm doing in my office?
What now?
Do you know what I'm doing in my office?
What are you doing in your office?
I'm putting a coffee bar in my office.
That's cool.
No joke. No joke. So I can just go from here to there and make a coffee and come back instead of like leaving and going all. Yep.
Yeah.
That's how caffeinated I am. Yep. For sure.
Yeah. I need to I need to find out when I go to New Orleans, do I have to bring a kettle?
Yeah.
And tea bag? Do I have to bring a kettle? I'll put one in my suitcase.
No.
We've been talking about getting a cheap one and then just getting
for you to get a good cup of tea, you would have to go to like the fanciest restaurant in New Orleans. Yeah. Or the fanciest hotel. Yeah. Nobody does my husband does not drink coffee at all. He's a teetotaler, right? So when I go to like the local coffee shop and I order a tea, it's like I'm talking French. They just don't. And I'm like, not an iced tea, a hot tea with a bag and cream and sugar. And they're like, okay, like I just gave them some weird ass order, but I'm just asking for a tea with cream and sugar. That's it. That's all he wants. He's a simple guy. That's all he wants. He doesn't want half calf, decaf, frappuccino, He just wants tea with cream and sugar. And you would think I'm like from another world. So yes,
I can't remember what age I was.
I wouldn't bring a kettle. Here's what I would do, right? Okay. So before you leave, go on Amazon, order one, ship it to the hotel.
Oh, okay.
And then when you're done, donate it to Goodwill, so you don't have to take it with you.
But what if I don't? It'd be really, but what if there's a plane crash and then I die, and there's a kettle randomly in this hotel? They won't know what to do with it.
But you're going to be so happy because you knew that a kettle was waiting for you. You're not going to die sad because you knew a good cuppa was waiting for you. Okay.
There you go. Sorted. No, yeah, that's a good idea.
That's what I would do. Go on the American Amazon and send it straight to the hotel. That's it. And that way you don't have to pack it. You don't have to worry about it.
You've got a kettle on the way. Just put it to the side. I'll be in shortly.
That's right.
Yeah.
They're not going to say no because you got the reservation.
Yeah. If you see a kettle coming in, don't panic.
You have to tell them that could be a fantastic.
Would they even know what it's for? Would they what is a kettle?
This is what you do. You're going to call them and you're going to say, I am from England and we drink tea. And I need to have a proper cup of tea. So in order for me to have
a posh accent, do I have to go, hello, I'm from England?
Yes. Yes. Because they'll be like, where? Americans forget that there's other countries sometimes. Do you know what I'm saying?
I'd have to pronounce the T's. I have to go, I'd like a kettle, wouldn't I? I don't like pronouncing T's. T's, although tea is to drink, but the letter T should only be at the beginning of words. In the middle, it's like kettle, isn't it?
What's your
It's
best
like
American What's your best American accent?
best American accent. Oh man, this
Do
is
it.
like
Do it.
I did this to Pax. This is not fair. Give me something to say in an American accent and I'll try. And everyone will laugh at me and they'll go, well, I'm unsubscribing straight away if you can't do an authentic American accent.
Um,
I'm only doing this because you've asked me.
I know. I don't.
I'm going to be humiliated.
Seashells by the seashore. Do you guys do that over there?
Seashells. She sells.
No, that's too hard. Tell me what the weather is in England today. Describe it with an American accent.
Weather is dry and sunny.
That wasn't so good. Want me to do my British accent for you?
Yeah, go on. So you say, stick the kettle on, I'll be home soon.
Stick the kettle on, I'll be home soon. I was. What?
You sounded like a little cartoon character of a mouse.
Oh, I'll take that. I'll be a mouse.
I don't know what I sounded like.
See, it's not kettle, it's kettle. Right? Kettle.
It is, yeah. It sounded quite aggressive.
I sound aggressive.
Kettle on.
Because I get mad. Put the kettle on right now.
I mean, if you've had a bad day, you might say it like that. Stick the kettle on. I need a cup of tea.
British people when they lose their
Yeah.
British people when they lose their minds. Put the kettle on right now.
Yeah, I need tea now. And then you have it. I think there's a phrase, there's a t-shirt and stuff you can get that says every problem can be solved with a cup of tea.
Well, yeah. I think we need to send some all around the world. People need more tea in their lives.
Yeah, there should be more tea.
Okay, let's get back to some comments because we're ignoring people. I don't want to ignore anybody.
I think they've gone.
Okay. Bitter Almonds, as a local SoCal, I will always associate Keanu with Bill and Ted. I know he's not really Ted, but I can't help seeing him as that character. He plays bass. He is Ted. He is.
Can I just say, one of my favorite moments in any film is not Keanu, but it's the guy who plays Keanu's dad, and it's in the second film, and he's Ted, isn't he? I think he's Ted. Is he Ted? He's Ted. He's not Bill. He's Ted, right?
He's Ted. I think. Well, yeah. I think so.
Ted Logan. Ted Logan. Am I getting my 20 points? I think Ted Logan. I think his name is. And he's in the police station, and he possesses his dad, and his dad, the actor who plays his dad, in Keanu's voice, as an impersonation of Keanu, goes, "I just totally possessed my dad." It's amazing. It's my favorite bit. I love it. Absolutely love it. It's almost as good as when Holly Hunter says, "I love him so much" in Raising Arizona, and she's had the baby for about 4 seconds.
That was a
so
good
funny.
movie.
Yeah. Sorry, go on.
Bitter Almond says Honey Bunny. Vincent Gallo. Christina Ricci is it. Okay, so these comments are from
Buffalo 66.
They're like 20 minutes ago. Yeah.
Yes, Vincent Gallo was the guy who wrote, directed, and starred in Buffalo 66.
Ben Gazzara is his dad in the movie.
That's right.
They live.
Yeah.
Now we're talking about the Changeling. Thanks for making this happen. Good night. Oh, good night. Correct, but the Raft is really good. Everybody's sucking on us now. I have to run. So great to be here at Gareth's 1,000 sub milestone. Yeah, me too. It's so awesome. I count both Creepshow anthology movies as one. I have the Arrow video Blu-ray of it.
Maybe they came together in that edition of it or something.
Maybe. Donnie Darko is a take on the Last Temptation of Christ. Is it really? I didn't know that.
Someone said that they thought it was really religious, but I don't know if that's deliberate or not. I haven't heard the guy who wrote it comment on it, but I thought it was just a really brilliant depiction and analysis commentary on depression.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
And every Easter, my best friend changes her profile picture to Frank.
Maybe we're saying Jesus Christ was depressed.
I'm sure he was.
Do you reckon he was? Do you reckon
Everybody goes through it at some point. You know, why not? Why not Christ?
I love the image of it. I'm not going to tidy my room. You know, coming off Jesus.
I don't want to make 7 fishes or whatever. Congratulations on 1,000. Everybody's saying good night, talking about the MJ effect. Hashtag MJ effect.
Yeah, hashtag MJ effect. Love it.
I like that. Night Viking, congrats on the 1,000 subscribers. My part, Brian at Bookish is indeed Scottish, but I didn't know he was a Yeah. We talked about it. Was one of my videos I did on I can't think.
Well, is he a distant relative? I thought he lived quite near you.
Oh, he's in Texas. He's
Sorry,
a distant relative.
stupid. It's a stupid joke.
Stupid. We should have Leif Erikson Day, who got here way ahead of Columbus. Yeah, because I had Monday off, and I'm like, somebody asked me, they're like, oh, you got Monday off. What's the holiday? And I'm like, oh, some dude said he discovered America, but he really didn't. The Vikings were here, and the Native Americans were here first. So, okay. No, we're not drunk. I'm not drinking at all. We should be. Can you imagine if we were drinking?
You're not even drinking tea, let alone drinking alcohol.
I know. I'm drinking water.
Hold on. Gotta always move it. Look. Empty mug.
You're parched.
Not a happy boy.
No, you're parched. Dave said it's 3:53 a.m. Dave, what time do you get to sleep?
Yeah, you're not left either, Dave. You're one of the hardcore.
He's a night owl for sure. It's only 8 o'clock there in the Pacific Northwest. Whoa, I feel drunk if I don't go to bed by 10 o'clock. Yeah, I've been up since 4. Bless you. Without a nap, people. This is how I roll. Courtney's got to go off to bed.
Yeah, we're gonna be here longer than anyone watching.
Watson, I haven't seen Watson since I came up, so he's with Papa somewhere. I'm sure he's probably sleeping by now. 8 o'clock in SoCal. When are you going to NOLA? Next summer, right?
Yeah, it's 12th of July. No, 15th of July.
Nice.
12th of July is when I break up, so I couldn't really go then. So 15th, yeah.
Dave said he's been desperate for a coffee for over 2 hours, but he'd have to take off his headphones and go make one. So either that means that you are glued to your headphones because you enjoy this banter, or you're just too lazy. It's one or the other.
Oh, no, I know it could be that he's actually glued to his headphones, which would be very distressing.
Yes,
yeah.
Yes.
So the next time we see Dave, he's shaved his whole head so that he could get his headphones off.
You have to pry them off. Yeah.
Because we've only got that image of Dave. We never met him, so all we know is that picture.
I've seen another picture. He put a picture on my Discord, so I've seen a better picture of him. Yes.
See, Bitter Almonds, all I've got is that image, so I've got that on someone's body.
Yeah, it's Bitter Almonds.
Bitter Almonds.
That's a good horror story. The Kettles of the Dead. Kettle.
Yeah.
Right. That's how you spell it. That's how you say it. Kettle. Put the
kettle
on.
Kettle. That's how anyone says it, isn't it? Kettle.
Gareth. I'll text Jason Ricci today in NOLA. See if I can give you his number.
No, I really appreciate that, Al. I really, really do. Yeah, because Al's been talking about, because I made a comment about how me and Richie, it'd be good if we can do like an open mic night or something like that. And Richie's talking about taking a guitar, which I wasn't expecting. I thought we'd have to find a guitar. I mean, we still might have to do that if we're both in a play, but anyway, Al's been saying he might be able to get us in touch with someone there. Very cool guy. I looked at the links he sent me, and good musician and all that. And it'd just be really nice to play music in New Orleans with our weird Australian accents, you know?
Yeah.
Apparently, you guys think we're always Australian.
No, I could tell
If I
the
was Australian, all of my statements would have a question mark at the end. It'd be like, "My name is Gareth, and I'm from Australia."
No. Mm-mm.
But
Do we
no,
know any?
I'm not.
Do we know any booktubers in Australia?
Yeah, Chris.
Who?
Chris from Unlimited Reads.
Oh, okay. And
I,
is
I watched his
is
video today.
Nicole?
He did a video on what was I watching? I think I watched the Stephen King one. He
Okay.
did the Stephen King tag.
I think Nicole from Dusty Book Sniffers is Australian too. Yeah, Cliff
Or-
is South African.
Yes.
Yeah, because I thought he was Australian. I get that one confused. But no,
Okay.
I could pick out a British accent. You know, Duran Duran trained me, people. You know, come on.
Yeah, you know me by now anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, Cliff's a lovely guy. So Cliff, if you're going to watch this later, then it's been very nice to get to know you as well.
Yeah. We just did a buddy
like
read.
so.
Let's see. Just Dave says, just make sure it's not a whistling kettle that has to sit on a stove. Diane said, please pass the bagels and knishes. That's a Southern accent, mate. I speak like a Californian.
Hey, Al just said I did a really good Southern accent. He could place it. It was so good. He could place where it's from, which part of America, unless he means Southern England.
I don't know. He probably meant Southern. I didn't get that from you though, because you made me laugh. Harlan Ellison once insisted to me that he could do a perfect English accent. He really couldn't. Yeah.
Well, see, I'm a big fan of Harlan Ellison, but he is full of shit. I was thinking about, I was watching he did these little videos where he ranted on the screen, and he did these things called watching, which David know all about. You've probably seen them themselves. And he was these little nuggets that he put up that were connected to something else. And anyway, he did these big rants. And one of the things, he was very passionately being very, very angry at the way that people pronounced Neanderthal and going, it's Neanderthal, and doing this big statement. And he's wrong. It's not how you pronounce it. And I was just watching it going, well, what are you on about? You're getting really angry and you're wrong. So I think he might be a great writer, but he's an idiot as well.
I want that on it. Can we put that on a t-shirt? I think he's a great writer, but he's an idiot as well.
He'd probably, I don't know what he'd do if I said that to him. He'd have a spiky bat, probably.
A what?
A bat with spikes.
Backward spikes?
A bat, you know.
A bat with spikes. Gotcha.
I'm looking around like I've got a baseball bat around. I don't have a baseball bat in the house, let alone around me. Why am I looking around?
You just say he'd be doing Negan, that's all.
Yeah, so Han Nelson is the new Negan.
There you go. Bitter Almond. Bill and Ted's Journey was a riff off Ingmar Bergman's The Seventh Seal.
There's a great moment, yeah, where they're like, he's playing loads of games with them, isn't he? Like Death is definitely the Seventh Seal thing. Have you seen The Seventh Seal? It's a very depressing film.
I've seen a movie called The Seventh Seal, but I don't know if it's the same one you're talking about.
It's like Max von Sydow playing chess with death in the middle of a war.
No.
It's quite it's a slow burn. Definitely slow burn. But I got really into world cinema when I was in my late teens. I got proper movie geeky, and I used to search out world cinema films, even films that didn't have Juliette Binoche in them. I still watched them. Yeah. Even if she wasn't in it. But she was only in French films. She wasn't in the Seventh Seal. I waited the entire film and she wasn't in it.
Well, you know, that's going to happen.
it did happen, yeah.
Here we go. Here's a good tangent. Diane asks, Gareth, what are you currently reading?
So I'm reading Broken Homes at the minute.
That's an occult detective fiction.
That's an occult detective fiction thing. And I was saying that I was gonna try and read. I think I'm definitely gonna read. I'm gonna read more occult detective stuff because where is it? There it is. Hold on. Oh, I just dropped it. Roy Reads Anything gave me this as well.
The Ghost Finder.
Yeah, so this is the casebook of Karnacki, and this is the guy. This is the author that Dave Brzezinski was talking about, W.H. Hodgson.
Mm-hmm.
So this will be my first foray into the Ghost Finder.
Nice.
So I'm going to read that for the event, but because it's Halloween, I would like to read Cunning Folk and the Southern Book Club's Guide to Slaying Vampires. So that would be my first Grady Hendrix. So I would like to read those, but we'll see. Because what the trouble is, and also the novella that was in here. But I am getting home from work and just falling asleep in the evenings. So I'll sit there with my book open, and then 4 hours later, it's on the floor, and I'm like, oh, you know, oh.
The struggle is real.
Yeah. So I need to stop teaching, and then I can read wherever I want.
There you go.
I wouldn't have a house to live in, but I'd probably, still enjoy going to the library and sleeping like round the corner from the library, maybe in one of the alcoves.
This is taking a dark turn. All right, we're still talking. We're talking about Donnie Darko. These are comments from 15 minutes ago. All right. Bitter Almond says, watch both movies. The Last Temptation of Christ is in the film theaters posters in Donnie Darko. Dave rarely goes to bed before 3. 6 is not unusual. Alan said he thought Ollie was an Aussie at first. Juliet Binoche.
Love it. See, that's the thing. It's close, the Australian accent and English accent. Sorry, go on.
That's okay. Harlan's English accent was sort of a mutant Scouse Cockney from the West Country, but Harlan was right. The H in Neanderthal is silent. Neanderthal.
That's amazing.
Neanderthal.
But he's right about wow, Dave. Well, we'll have to have a chat about that. Seems to be lots of different opinions about that. A Scouse Cockney accent from the West Country. That's 3 different accents. I love it.
Love it.
That's brilliant.
Horror Gardener says, hello, MJ and Gareth. Hello, Horror Gardener.
Hello.
Man with the hat who reads. Whoa, you're not late at all. We're staying up past our bedtime. What's up, Matthew? What's shaking? Matthew did the awesome sci-fi movie tag.
Yes. Yeah, I did that last week. That was last Tuesday's one, I think.
Yeah.
That was awesome. Yeah.
Diane said, thank you for sharing, Gareth. Jane Nicole says, Ingmar Bergman's Fanny and Alexander is a good Christmas movie, not depressing like The Seventh Seal. Dave said the Karnacki story, The Hog, is sort of related to The House on the Borderland.
Oh, okay. Is that in here, do you think? The Hog. Yes, it is. The Hog's in this book.
There you go.
So, yeah, these are all... there's The House Among the Laurels, and The House of the Invisible, The Thing Invisible. It's all very exciting.
Cool.
So yeah, it's quite small as well. Oh, mind you, the text is quite small as well. So that's a bit deceptive, isn't it?
Yeah. Diane said, thank you. I added some of your titles to my list. And Matthew just got home from work. We are all caught up with the comments now. Woo-hoo.
That's awesome.
Do you do Kindles at all? Do you do ebooks at all, or no? Just physical?
Yeah, I've tried.
Well, is that a yes or no?
It's a no, because I didn't really get very far. Greg reckons I need to try an actual Kindle rather than like an iPad and stuff, which is fair enough. And also, I think Dave or Sean maybe was saying that they would there's loads of stuff they can send me or something. I can't remember, but yeah, I definitely am not
Dave.
really on the probably Dave. I'm not really on the Kindle or the ebook train.
Yeah, your eyes will
Um,
thank you though. You know, it does, as the aging eyes. It does help the aging eyes. I'm telling you.
well, yeah, being your dad, it it does mean I'm quite old.
Yeah, we're there, buddy. We're there.
Although I had my eyes tested a few days ago, I went
Yeah.
to the doctor because of a different thing we won't go on about. But my eyes are really good apparently, which is cool.
Well,
I do
that's
have
good.
reading glasses, which is good.
Yeah.
But they did the old thing, the eye test on the other side of the room, and I got them all down, every
Good.
single letter. Yeah,
High five.
I know. Yeah,
Good.
he should have high fived me actually. He didn't, which was a bit. Hold on.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, he's a bit professional. I thought he could have high fived me.
Well, I high fived you. That's all that matters. Dave
Well, that's true.
Brzezinski says there are 9 Carnacki stories by WWH.
Well, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, there's 9 here.
There you go.
Yeah.
Roy,
I got
did
all
you
of them
good?
here.
Roy, did you good?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Although it says the book fairies take this book, read it, and leave it for the next person. So I could send it to someone.
That's a book fairy book. That's a thing they well, do they? I think they do it over here too. I used to follow the book fairies. They're so cool.
Well, I'll
It's
have to do that. I could send it to someone.
It's a social media thing. Follow them on Instagram. They
Ah.
leave books and then they tell you where they leave them, and you have to go find them.
Like Pokemon.
Kind of, yeah, but books.
Hmm.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Pokemon.
Yeah. She says, "Awesome, cool."
Have you ever hunted for Pokemon?
When that thing came out on the phone, a hot minute, and then I'm like, no.
I did not expect that. I thought you were going to say no. Of course, I didn't.
No. I try what all the kids are doing. I gotta know. When I see people walking in strange places with the phone in their hand, I'm like, what is going on? And then I just had to figure it out. Yeah.
I love it because there's like a standard thing now where people are just talking on the phone to nobody. There's nobody there, and they got their headphones in and they're chatting away. It just looks brilliant. It just looks like everybody's talking to themselves.
Right. Yeah.
And I think if someone actually talked to themselves, they wouldn't feel so embarrassed now.
Correct.
Yeah. Like a new thing.
Do you know what the best thing is with like technology and all? So, you can make phone calls in your car. You can do all that. The best thing is now you can sing in your car and not look like you're losing your mind. You can you could belt out a song and hit all of the notes and nobody's going to care because they just think you're talking on your phone. But no, you're singing along to the radio.
Well, they might think you're doing an Instagram post or a TikTok post or something.
Only if you're doing one of these, if you have the phone in your hand. But no, if you're just like talking to yourself in your car and you're singing, there's no embarrassment anymore. It's accepted.
I genuinely, I do sing, not even to myself, but louder than I should when I'm walking down the street. I just do it.
I sing in the grocery store.
People give me funny looks.
Only if there's a good song on though, but I am not opposed to singing in a grocery store. And it's weird because my grocery store, it's not like Sirius XM, but it's some type of music that they push through, but they'll pick like an artist and then they'll build a playlist around it. It's almost like they create their own Spotify. So one week it was Rod Stewart, like 80s Rod Stewart. And last week it was Don Henley solo from like the 80s, like songs you haven't heard in decades. And I was like, this is really good. Like, this is really
I'll tell you what, would you agree that it doesn't matter how many times you hear The Boys of Summer, it's still a fantastic song?
It's still fantastic. It's still fantastic. Yes.
I think I've heard that song thousands of times. It's
so
amazing.
Good. Yeah. No, it's bottom line, hands down, fantastic. Yeah. And I nobody hate me. I'm not an Eagles fan. I'm not.
I think the Eagles sound is better than their songs.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Because it kind of like because the sound of our band, Bemis, we always get asked to do Eagles songs, and me and Richie especially, we always look at each other and go, "Yeah, but which ones would we do?"
Right.
Because you know they don't really appeal to us, but the sound of the band is fantastic.
Yeah.
I
Like
just think
when I was at
so.
the grocery store, they played, I don't even know the name of the song. It was Don Henley. This love, nothing that I ever known. That song?
Is that the one that he did with Patti Smythe?
It wasn't a duo.
Yeah, right.
But it was from that same era of Boys of Summer, and that triggered me into like when I used to listen to that song. I'm walking around and I'm just putting stuff in my car and I'm like, this love, and I'm just walking around singing and I don't give a shit.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I'm like, it's
That's
a
what it's
good
about.
song.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what's going on. Dave says, actually, my eyes are leading me back to real books. I suffer from bad eye strain from too much backlit screen reading, especially my tablet. Are you like sundowning your tablet to put the more gold tone in, or are you staying with that bright white? Inquiring minds want to know. We should do the
Sean
MJ.
said a similar thing.
The what?
So I was going to say Sean has said the same thing, that he can't read ebooks because of how it affects his eyes.
Wow.
Sean, stand fast.
See, now at night I go totally amber with my e-reader, but I can't read a lot at night because my head hits the pillow and I'm done, you know. Diane says we should do the hashtag MJ effect version of the book fairy. I do that now with small booktube, don't I? I like sprinkle a little love on the channels and they grow. Working my way through Sundial by Catriona Ward. Oh, Sundial by Catriona Ward, Cujo by Stephen King, and The Strain by Del Toro and Hogan. How about you? That's a lot, Matthew. You're a poly reader.
Sundial was given to me as a gift, I think.
Was it?
Yeah. I think it's got a blue cover.
Oh, that's so cool. Horror Gardener said, I had a Stephen King set from the 90s. It was sort of the fairy thing, but it was sign your name and date and leave the book in a public space when you are finished. That's pretty neat. I like that.
Yeah. Matthew, Cujo's really good, by the way. I think.
I don't think I could read that yet. Watson, I don't think I could read it yet.
Okay.
Horror Gardener said, don't stop singing in public. It's a wonderful way to live. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Love the Boys of Summer. E-readers don't have backlit screens. I think they're front lit to avoid eye strain. Book Blather says, I have to tap out. Great convo and congrats again, Gareth. I'm glad you made it this long.
Yeah, you did well. You know.
Gareth, we have 13 people still hanging in the chat.
This is amazing. We should have done this for charity, shouldn't we?
We had 22 before.
That's amazing.
I know. I have my eyes on the berry pickers at the end of the month. My favorite 80. That's so good. Gola, that is so good. When that song comes on the radio, it goes up to 11. That is a great song. So good. Do you know that song?
No, I don't think I do. By the who?
You know that song.
By the what? What's the band name?
When in Rome by the Promise by When in Rome.
Oh, The Promise. Yeah.
You know that one? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to play it and get like a copyright strike.
I'm gonna say that's an 80s one. Yeah. I can't really read this very well. And I just said that I did an eye test and it was good, but I can't see that very well. But it's a very, very small. Do you know Colin Hay?
Colin Hay, yeah. We had this conversation, didn't we?
Oh, and we've talked about
when we were in England.
Oh yeah. Waiting for my real life to begin. Did you look that up? Yeah, amazing. Mm-hmm. Everyone needs to go home. Everyone needs to listen to Waiting for My Real Life to Begin. Don't need to go home if you're not home.
Bitter Almond says, my favorite 80s forgotten song is Don't Answer Me by the Alan Parsons Project. That's an oldie.
Yeah, Alan Parsons Project are always interesting.
Yes, Colin Hay Men at Work. Correct.
Yeah.
Ooh, fave 80s pop song for me has got to be Easy Lover, Phil Collins. That's a good one. That's a mainstream one though. So what's your not so mainstream favorite 80s song? That's the ones that I like.
I was obsessed with that when it came out.
Like
Easy Lover.
The obscure one. That's a good. It's catchy. It's catchy.
It's good.
It's good.
I think it's got, but having Philip Bailey there as well is really cool because he does some really cool things in it, and there's some great moments on drums, and the way it's arranged is really good. But Kiri by Mr. Mister.
That's a good one.
That's
a good one. That's a good one.
What's the first?
The what?
Oh, go on. Well, I was going to say, what's the first? Go.
No, go ahead.
What's the first album that you bought that with your own money, or it wasn't a Christmas present, but you?
I would probably have to say, because the first one that I begged for a gift, it was Rick Springfield, Working Class Dog. Rick Springfield,
awesome.
Working Class Dog, and I begged my mother as a Valentine's present to get the cassette tape, and she gave it to me, and I played that sucker like there was no tomorrow. I would probably say it would be Seven and the Ragged Tiger.
Okay.
Duran.
Yeah.
I got that. No. I deliberately remember the first 45 that I got. Now, it wasn't my own money, but my mom bought it for me, and I went to the store to pick it up. It was, oh gosh, what the heck is their name? Oh, I'm not going to remember it. I'm going to have to sit on it. I can't think of the band. 80s. The lead singer went off and had a solo career. Gosh. I'm drawing a blank. It'll come to me though. It'll come to me. But it's like a slow song. They were known for these. The band probably has like 6 or 7 members in it.
Chicago?
Who?
Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago. And it was
Hard to Say I'm Sorry?
Yes. That's it. That was the first 45 I ever got for myself. And that's an amazing song. And that just screams who I am, doesn't it?
That's an amazing song. That's a big song for me as well. Yeah. These songs, because these would have been songs I sung loads as well. And obviously, as a kid, I was like developing my voice and all that. So yeah, those kind of things were a big, absolutely. That album's really good.
And that's amazing that you connected with me on that just by telling you it's a band, 6 or 7 people in it, and you got it. You got it without even like flinching. That's awesome. That's so good. All right, let's see. Oh, Dave. Dave says, I agree on the Eagles, but there's one track I really love, The Journey of the Sorcerer, which was the same tune from The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Love that. Right. Yep.
I didn't know that was the Eagles. That's interesting.
I didn't think that was the Eagles either. Now I kind of like the Eagles a little bit. Silent Running. Yeah, Silent Running by Mike and the Mechanics. I
love that song.
Good. That's good.
Yeah.
Mike and the Mechanics, completely underrated. Yeah, really good. Love is a Battlefield is one of mine, and Centerfold, yes. Rick Cassette, Jesse's Girl. Love is a Pat Benatar, Until I Die. She's fantastic.
Yeah. And We Belong as well. I love We Belong. Pat Benatar, We Belong. I love that so
much. There's another one. Oh gosh, I can't think of it. But there's one that she came out with in the 90s that was really snappy and really good.
Right.
Oh dear, if you asked me to name an artist I can't stand, my first thought would be solo Phil Collins. Dave, I'm talking to you now. Okay. First you come after Keanu, and now you're coming after Phil Collins. Somebody in the chat loves Phil Collins, and you're coming after Phil Collins. Dave, you're like the anti of whatever.
There are a lot of people that I know that don't like him. It's got to be said.
Is he a jerk?
No. I don't like his. I don't like his politics. But I was a massive fan of him when I was a kid.
Mhm.
And he's a fantastic drummer, or was a fantastic drummer. But yeah, he's I don't know, he's now and again he'll say stuff that isn't so much right wing as anti-left, so it's a bit odd.
Okay.
But yeah.
You know who's like who has two totally different personalities. So Morrissey is on tour in the States now, right? No, stop.
Morrissey. Yeah,
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 I
yeah, yeah,
I
okay.
don't know people in the chat. No. So like I was having a conversation with someone and I'm like, yeah, I like Maz, I like the Smiths, and they're like, Maz, he's a freaking fascist, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, they don't portray that over here. They're just like, oh, it's more, he sings a lot of them
Yeah, it's probably
his
more known
songs,
over
blah, blah,
here.
blah.
Yeah,
But I
he
hear
said
he's
some
like
very
like in England, he's like a total like D-bag. He's a total jerk.
well. He said things recently that are stupid, but even back in like the early 90s, late 80s, early 90s, he infamously said in an interview in Q magazine that he could relate to some of the things that Hitler said.
Yeah. And see, that doesn't translate.
I
That
mean,
doesn't carry over here at all.
why would
At
you
all.
even say that?
Right.
I mean,
No.
whatever
Yeah.
point he was trying to make is just weird. So yeah, he's since
Absolutely.
done that sort of thing a couple times. Very odd.
But yeah,
Um, I, I
he's on
go
tour
on.
here and people are going to see him and there's fan clubs and all kind of stuff and nobody talks about any of that stuff over here.
Well, Johnny Marr said he'll never do anything back with him again, and I think it's because Morrissey's done
Sure.
too much of that other
Yeah.
stuff.
Right.
So I think there won't be a reunion. And
Right.
obviously the bass player died recently, so didn't he? But
Right.
yeah, Johnny Marr is very different. He's done quite a lot of playing over here, Johnny Marr and his band,
That's
and
cool.
he headlined in the summer festival that happens in Portsmouth as well
Mhm.
recently.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was cool.
Let's see. My favorite 80s pop song nobody I know seems to remember is Love is Love by Culture Club. The first album I bought with my money was a used copy of Destroyer by Kiss for 35 cents. That's awesome. That's
That's
awesome. I
awesome.
loved Kiss when I was a kid. So good. Let's see.
I love
Peter,
I love everyone talking about what their first purchase was. It's awesome.
I know. Peter Cetera from the 80s. Peter Cetera from the 80s was a vibe. And he did the
Yeah,
Karate Kid theme song, right?
yeah. Glory of Love, I think it's called, is it? Yeah, Glory of Love.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. People are chit-chatting. People are chit-chatting. Yes, We Belong. So good. I
Yeah.
listen to lots of 80s punk and metal. Favorite obscure song would be Suburban Lawns Janitor. I don't know that one.
No, I don't know that one. So he got me there.
Yeah. You guys like a lot of 80s music that I don't. Well, what do you like, Dave Brzezinski? Was it True Love by Pat? No. It was All Fired Up. All Fired Up by Pat Benatar. Fantastic. Fantastic. You want to get going in the morning? Psh, perfect.
My favorite 80s stuff is new wave stuff. So I've said on the channel, I think, before about XTC and Boingo
Yes.
Boingo and the
Yes.
Police and Talking
Yes.
Heads, and and I'm obviously a huge fan of Kate Bush. I've said that
Yes.
a number of times. She's going to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame this year.
Yes.
And I did say to myself I was going to do a Kate Bush tag, but I haven't sorted that out yet. But that will be in November, I think it is. It's just, I mean, if she performs,
Well, why wouldn't she would perform? I mean, all of them perform, wouldn't she?
well, sometimes
Or would
they've
she not?
refused. Sometimes, I mean, I think she probably will, but that'll be big news because she doesn't do that.
Yeah.
You
I think
know,
that's worthy of a performance for sure. For sure.
yeah, she's up for it. It's funny because people don't really necessarily understand why she doesn't, but she's really quite shy and humble. She doesn't think she's good enough.
Yeah.
So,
But no, she's
which is kind of
beautiful.
mad.
Yeah.
When we went to see her, when I got that golden ticket when I saw her when she did that tour when she hadn't played for 37 years. She kept in between the songs she was going, I can't believe you guys are here. It's like, well, you're Kate Bush, but she was just so
Yeah, she doesn't get it.
she was overwhelmed that people would bought tickets to see her.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
God, this probably had to been at least 15 years ago. there's a video that she put out, and I don't know the song, but it's like kind of like an artsy video, and it's like not hand puppets, but it's puppets, and it's of a dog that passes away, and it's the ghost of a dog, and it comes back home, and all I know is like the ending of it was so beautiful, like I just started crying. It was just it had a very avant-garde feel to it, the song, but the video is one of those songs where you watch the video and then you appreciate the song, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I don't know what that is.
If I could find that video, I'm going to send it to you. But it was all about the love that, you know, a pet had for its owner, its family. And like,
was it someone else made the video for the song?
Yes, Kate's not in it at all. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So it's more like puppets and hand motions and all this kind of stuff. But it was really good. Okay.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Phil Collins was a great drummer, but he should have stayed behind the kit. Well, that's really nice, Steve. I used to prefer Peter Gabriel to Phil Collins when I was young. I now prefer Phil Collins. I don't even know what Peter Gabriel looks like.
What? Say that again. Sorry.
I don't even know what Peter Gabriel looks like now.
He toured this year, and I really wanted to go. I have seen him. So me and my daughter went when they did the anniversary tour, and it was amazing, absolutely amazing. I wanted to go again, but it was like 200 quid for the ticket, so
yeah,
I couldn't afford it. But he's phenomenal, and he infinitely better than Phil Collins, bless him. But yeah, Peter Gabriel is just an incredible songwriter, incredible brain, great performer. The show was absolutely amazing.
Because you know how people age, and like you watch the video and you think that they still look the same, and then you see a picture of them and you're like, what?
Yeah. Peter Gabriel's definitely bald, and he wasn't bald in the
That's
most
what I
famous.
thought. That's what I thought. But I love seeing like how people change or don't change because of, you know, enhancements or plastic surgery or whatever.
I was going to say, MJ, that you mentioned Rick Springfield earlier. Have you seen he's released a new song?
He's been on tour and releasing songs. Like he hasn't stopped at all.
Yeah.
Like, and
he seems to have put a bit of publicity in his new one.
All right, let's do a group think here. Place your bets. Put a comment in the comment section. How old is Rick Springfield? Go.
74.
I think he's 78. Ready?
Okay.
Did everybody place their bets? Place your bets. I'm gonna go here. All right. How old is Rick Springfield?
Rick Springfield is 74 years old.
74.
Oh!
You got it. You got it on the money.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, he doesn't look 74, and he needs to lay off. Look at everybody's comment. Diane said 74. Bitter Almond said 70. 74. Horror Gardener's with me. We thought it was more up there. Gola's with me. Yeah, 74. But he needs to lay off the Botox. He needs to lay off the plastic a little bit. Just a little bit. He has a fantastic radio show on Sirius XM. It's called Working Class. I think it's called Working Class Dog. And he talks about his old music. He talks about he pulls artists that, you know, you haven't heard of in decades. And it's really, really well done. But he talks about his touring. And I mean, he has a loyal fan base, like loyal. I don't know if he sells out, but he's nonstop working class dog for sure. Oh, we have so many comments to get to. Are you still with me? Are you
yeah.
Okay. Bitter Almond says Morrissey is nuts. Yeah, he is. My favorite Benatar song is Never Played. That's it, Angela. That's the one I like. We are sisters.
All fired up.
That's it. All fired up. I believe there comes a time whenever. That's how it goes. It's good. Yeah. Angela Benatar is awesome. I would blame Morrissey antics on maybe some undiagnosed bipolar disorder. It's a lot, whatever it is. It's a lot. And I didn't know it was a lot until people from the UK told me. Sounds about right. Dave Brzezinski, my first record was Michelle, the Beatles song by Overlanders. Okay. The Undertones. I love the Undertones. First tape I bought was Suicidal Tendencies, their first title, first album. Yeah, that was good. Farrell Sharkey of the Undertones sang Never Never, which was featured in the Grand Theft Auto Vice City soundtrack.
That
If you-
soundtrack's awesome.
I know. If you want to know about the music I like, ask me at the beginning of one of these chats. It would take that long. Oh gosh. That's a whole other chat. Nothing Compared to You by Sinead is one of my favorites. Yes, and that was written by Prince.
It was.
Nice. My old band used to cover Undertones Casbah Rock. He doesn't look like a 6-foot flower anymore. The Undertones Wednesday week is now in my head. 74, 7. Yep, that we got through all the ages. Loved him as a kid. Dr. Noah Drake. Yes, Dr. Noah Drake. Wow. Stop the work, dude. Yeah, just too much. Like somebody has to stop him. Him and who's the other one? Kenny Loggins. Kenny Loggins.
Oh, has
Maybe?
Kenny Loggins been putting stuff on his face?
Maybe. I'm just gonna say there's a little bit of unnaturalness going on. And
certainly, well, I don't know, maybe 5 years ago or something, he looked all right.
Do a little comparison.
Well, I saw him on the Daryl's place. You know, have you seen that? Kenny Loggins on Daryl's place.
I haven't seen him on there, but I've seen Daryl's place before.
Yeah, it was really good. It's one of my favorite appearances, the Kenny Loggins one.
Yeah.
I went to see
Bitter
Daryl live.
Almonds. Yeah, that's true. Bitter Almonds. Smokey's had a lot too. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Madonna. Yeah. I agree. I'm all for stars enhancing themselves as much as possible. I'm all for stars making sure that they feel good, but if it starts going left, somebody's got to tell them. Somebody's got to say, calm down. Right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, Barry Manilow looks like horrific.
Oh my God. Michael K. Vaughn says, I can't believe you have talked my whole trip to the Rustic Vaughn Lodge. Thanks. Thank you so much for spending your trip with us, Michael. We appreciate it.
Mike. Yeah.
Remember when the Teen Idols made music, Leaf and Scott? Yeah, Leaf was one of my first. Yeah, and when I would write his name on a piece of paper, I didn't know that's how they spelled it. I said Leaf. That was me. Horror Gardner, Kenny Rogers and his permanent surprise face now from surgery. Yeah, he did a little too much too.
Yeah, Kenny permanent surprise face. I love that. That is what happens. Isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Angela says, I just saw Rick Springfield a couple of months ago and he was fantastic. Botox or not, I still would. I think I would too. Yeah, I think I would. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's my type for sure. That was so much fun.
I've seen him live, definitely. I love Jesse's Girl. And I was a big fan of Celebrate Youth. You know that song, Celebrate Youth? I played that loads when I was a kid. Remember that? Celebrate Youth, yeah.
I remember
it's proper cheesy. But...
Do you remember Hard to Hold?
Yeah.
That was like his first acting debut.
Yeah.
He played a rock star.
Yeah.
Big stretch. Diane would too.
Well, do you know, it was a similar kind, well, not a similar kind of act, but I guess maybe in the same world, maybe. But do you know that I'm a huge fan of John Mellencamp?
I think you told me. Yeah.
Yeah. He's one of my kind of songwriting heroes, if you like. And I might have said, this is funny, and I don't mind saying it because I think it's funny, that when I was a teenager, when I was a kid, so probably about, when would it have been? 5. So I was 13. Yeah, when I was 13, there's a picture of him with his collar up on his jean jacket.
Yes.
And I decided to put my collar up from then on because John Mellencamp did it.
You popped your collar. That's what we call it here. You popped your collar.
Well, I popped my collar.
You popped your collar.
When I was a very young man, I popped my collar. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Can I tell you, when I was in high school, there was a girl that knew 2 guys that went to a different high school. And when they graduated, they loved John Mellencamp so much that they did a road trip to his house in Indiana or whatever he lived. And that was like, they're like, this is what we're doing. This is where we're going. And we're going to see John Mellencamp at his home. And I'm like, you do you. Sound stalkery. You do you. But it was like,
I bet he loved that. I bet he was so happy that this happened.
it was like their mecca, you know, like we have to go to John Mellencamp's house. That's it. We have to make this trip. And this is the only time in our lives where we're going to be able to do it. We're doing it. And they did it. I don't think they met him, but they got to the house, whatever.
When they got to the house, stared
Yeah,
at
they
it.
got to the house.
Have you seen the film Imagine? There's a wonderful bit in the
No.
film Imagine where there's a guy outside John Lennon's house for days, and then he invites him in, makes him some food, and says, "You shouldn't be doing this, man. I'm not that important. don't just camp outside my house. This is crazy." You know?
Yeah, that's awesome. People are dropping. Okay, so Horror Gardeners is off. Nice listening tonight. Cheers, 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 cheers. I remember when he was John Cougar, right?
Yeah. He
and
had
then it was
three
John
different.
Cougar Mellencamp, right?
Well, no, it went from John Cougar. No, Johnny Cougar was his first name.
Johnny.
He had Johnny Cougar, and then his manager, when he was Johnny Cougar, thought that he was the next David Bowie, which is ridiculous. There was no similarity at all. But he was trying to kind of tell everyone that he was the new David Bowie. So that was when he was Johnny Cougar, and then he got rid of that manager, and he had another manager, and then the guy went, "That's cool. You're going to be the new Springsteen, and you're going to be John Cougar." So he was John Cougar for a bit, and then and then I think after that he sacked that manager, and I think that's when he started managing himself, and realised that he'd already had some hits, so he had to use his real name, John Mellencamp. He still had to put the Cougar in it, so that people knew who he was. So he kind of did it reluctantly, and then eventually got rid of the Cougar once he thought the Mellencamp bit was famous enough.
Think about an identity crisis. You know what I mean? Like you have four legal name changes.
Yeah, but I mean the album, The Lonesome Jubilee, which I don't know if you know, it's got Paper and Fire on it, and but that is my favorite production. So the sound of the album is my favorite sounding album. I love it. I love what it sounds like.
Now, does he still is he kind of a recluse, or does he still tour? Does he still like?
Yeah, he still does stuff. He hasn't been over here for a long time, but he does still tour, and he still makes records and that. I think it's been a bit of a gap, but he's been doing little collaborations and stuff. I know that he's been doing little videos on YouTube and stuff with Springsteen and stuff. But yeah. Yeah, I have seen him, but that was back in 1990.
I've never seen him. One of the best concerts I ever went to was in the recession in America, and it was around 1992, 1993, and it was a double bill, and it was Eric Clapton and why can't I think of it? Why can't I think of people today? Eric Clapton and Lady Gaga is the godmother to their child. Come on. Hair transplant.
Hair transplant? William Shatner?
No. No. Why can't I think? I can't think of
amazing. I like the idea of Hair transplant and William Shatner playing together.
Why can't I think?
Hair transplant.
Come on. Blue Jean Baby, LA Lady.
Oh, Elton John.
Elton John, that's it. It was Eric Clapton, because Elton had a hair transplant. You know that, right?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that's public knowledge.
Yeah,
but,
yeah. It's never looked right.
It was a double bill. It was a full set of Eric Clapton, and you got a full set of Elton John, and the price of the ticket was like $65. Yeah, and it was good. It was good. And it was right after he got his hair done, so he was on fire. Yeah, for sure.
That's
Bitter
cool.
Almonds said I like Chris Isaak too.
Yeah, I love Chris Isaak.
Is Chris Isaak problematic though? Is it something?
Oh, I didn't know. I don't know.
I don't know, but he used to have a show on VH1. I'm dating myself, but he had a show on VH1. It was the Chris Isaak show, and it was the snarkiest, funniest thing I've ever seen. I wish it was still on. I wish I taped it. I wish I could still watch it. I'm gonna have to look it up on YouTube.
I tell you what, it's interesting that I didn't see who it was, but the person that said that they preferred Chris Isaak, I think they're very different people, so I don't even put them in the same style. Chris Isaak's rock and roll, and John Mellencamp is kind of like sort of folk rock, country rock kind of thing.
I think
But,
Chris Isaac could be a little folky too.
yeah, but not the same way. I think he's much more of a rock and roller than, you know, but I can hear the country influence, but I don't think they're the same kind of sound really, or anything, or same. I mean, he's you know, he writes lots of political songs. Chris Isaac, can't imagine doing that.
Yeah.
His vocal style is very different. I think they're very, very different artists, and I really like Chris Isaac. Little anecdote about my love for Wicked Game. Me and my son used to do a lot of lockdown gigs on Facebook. So if you go on my Facebook page, it's still there. There's like tons and tons of 2-hour gigs that we just did in our front room in front of the camera or whatever. And we often did Wicked Game.
Yeah.
And then because we kept doing it, one time I said to Louis, should we do that today or should we skip it? And he paused and he went, no, we've got to do it. It's like going to church.
Aww.
And you know, that's pretty cool for two atheists to say.
There you go. There you go. That John House Run sounds like a John Hughes movie. Yeah, it does. There was a documentary done on that. There were a bunch of kids that were obsessed with John Hughes, and they went and did a road trip. I think it's called Looking for John Hughes. It's really good. People are saying goodbye. Jack and Diane is one of my all-time favorites. Just watched the movie Fall from Grace, which John Mellencamp starred in.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he wrote it as well, didn't he? Or directed it. I've never been able to see it. I've always, as a Mellencamp fan, I've always known about it, but I've never been able to see it. Yeah, Fall from Grace.
Yeah, Elton John had a full horseshoe on his head before. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. I remember. I'll check that Mellencamp album out. Back in the 80s, so many singer-songwriters suffered from awful production. Yeah, I think it was just like the time, don't you think? And the technology, maybe?
Well, there was a very specific sound to the production, so very overblown, heavily reverberated drums, and synths kind of took over for a bit. Very heavily compressed guitars, that kind of thing was like the 80s sound. And Lonesome Jubilee. I mean, the albums before that were quite sort of rocky sounding, and Lonesome Jubilee was like just like this. Is when he changed his sound, so there was a bigger focus on accordion and fiddle, and there's all sorts of things going on. It was just a really cool sound that still had a bit of an edge to it, and still had electric guitars in it, still had a rock sound, but it was like, but they seem to just have this thing of like, what do we want to do with this track? Let's do something interesting rather than just guitar based drums, you know. Which was obviously the standard. And what was happening before.
That's Chris Isaac is a womanizer. I knew there was something with him. He dated a comedian, and they had like a bad breakup, and I think there was something like going on with that. I can't remember.
But is it, when you say problematic, if it's just someone who slept around a bit, I don't know if that's the same as someone who's like done something like, without consent.
For a woman, that's problematic. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
I don't think he's done anything political or anything like that, but I think there's something there. There were some accusations made by, I think, his ex-girlfriend, who was the comedian, perhaps, allegedly. I'm not getting in trouble for saying any of that.
I don't know.
Not anybody's watching our live stream back for 4 hours.
There's some people I think have been here since the beginning. I think, isn't there? Some people. So. I don't know.
And there's 12 people still here.
There's still 12 people here. That's crazy.
There's still 12 people here.
You're completely mad. What are you doing?
We have 12 apostles. Chris Isaac does a bit of country. He is from the country area of California. Yeah, that's what I liked about him. I liked that he was a little off. That's what I liked about him. And he was funny. I thought he was funny.
I love that song. I think it's called "Baby Did a Bad Thing."
Yeah.
Yeah. A song. I think it was the theme for True Blood, was it?
Yeah.
As well. But yeah, I love that song. And again, that's that sort of, Gene Vincent kind of rock and roll thing in it that he did really well. But it's just really cool. This just got a good sound in it, and that sort of, because I love that surf guitar thing as well.
Right.
There's not a lot I don't like. But.
Dave Brzezinski is making a statement. He says, in my opinion, The greatest singer-songwriter of them all is Joni Mitchell. Can I tell you that I had tickets to go see Joni Mitchell in the 90s and she canceled. And I wasn't
Ah,
able
I
and
thought
I
you were going to
wasn't
say you
able
decided not to go.
I wasn't able to go see her, and there was no reason. We think she got stage fright and money got refunded and we weren't able to see her. Yeah.
Joni Mitchell is another one of my heroes. I think she's incredible. I love Joni Mitchell so much, and I've got loads of her albums. I haven't got every one of her albums, but I love them all. And I tell you what, there's an album that I don't think gets raved about enough, because obviously people talk about Ladies of the Canyon and Blue, and Clouds is a really good album as well from the early days. So a lot of people talk about those kind of albums. Hissing of Summer Lawns as well. But there's an amazing album that I just think is faultless and so underrated, called Night Ride Home. It's a really good album. It's from the early 90s. Night Ride Home is so brilliant.
That might have been
so,
might have been the time she was on tour. That might have been it.
you opened.
Oh,
So not. Oh,
I lost you, but you're back.
oh, did you lose me?
I lost you, but you're back. Yay!
Hello.
And we still have 13 people.
We gained one.
I know. Let's see.
Yeah.
Aha's Take on Me is another favorite. Yeah, when you hear that song, it's just Hunting High and Low is so good. That is such a good track. Bitter Almonds, so good. Margaret Cho, that's it. Yes, he dated Margaret Cho, and something bad happened, and she started talking smack about him. Yep, and she is also crazy, and I love her. I don't know who this is. The best live band I ever saw was Osibia in 1975-ish at the Roundhouse. I was 3, and I don't know who that is.
Oh, can I just tell you about Dave mentioning the Roundhouse? This is an anecdote that I really, really wish I couldn't say, because it's a huge regret. It's absolutely ridiculous. It says so much about me, and it's just and I am going to act genuinely, go to the doctors and see if I've got ADHD, because there's definitely something wrong with me. And this anecdote kind of proves that. So I'm a huge fan of Midnight Oil. Right? They are. I absolutely love Midnight Oil. I've seen them twice, so it's not that I've never seen them. But then recently, a couple of years ago, they said this was their final tour. Right? They weren't going to tour again. And to be fair, I'm sure they meant it, because Bones, the bass player, just died. So I think they were like, that's it now. We'll do one more tour, but that's it. And they just released an album. So I think they were going to, carry on for longer than that. But I think Bones dying was like, nah, let's just leave it. So final tour, as a wonderful moment in our house, as a surprise, when I'm going, can we do? Can I go? Can we afford it? My wife's like, I've got you a ticket. I'm like, oh my god, this is amazing. I'm gonna go see Midnight Oil in their final tour. It'll be the third time I've seen them. It's at the Roundhouse, nice venue. So excited. Fast forward to the day after they played. And I'm on Facebook, and then there's some pictures from the Midnight Oil at the Roundhouse. Like, oh my god, I was supposed to be there.
No.
Completely forgot about it.
No.
Completely forgot about it.
That's such a nightmare.
I thought it was going to be like a month later or something, but I didn't see them.
Oh my
God. See them. Their final tour, and I love the band so much. And the other 2 times I saw them, they were phenomenal, absolutely amazing.
Oh my gosh, that's insane. That's insane. Look who's still here. Hi.
Hey, he's probably gone off and done a full day's work, and then come back.
He was gonna go to bed, but I'm still here. Hey, I'm rolling up on 20 hours of being awake. I gotta get to bed soon, buddy.
Yeah, we should probably leave it soon.
I know. All right, so let's clear up the comments. 4 hours and 2 minutes. And we could still talk for hours, buddy.
Yeah, good.
It's a Roy Orbison styled oldies rock. Almost 5 a.m. now.
Yeah,
thank you. Thank you, Father Time.
It is stupidly early in the morning. I might just have some breakfast in a minute and just completely see how far I can get through tomorrow.
Hey everyone, it's Sunday. This is a marathon stream, but I could literally be here all night talking. Me too. That's what we should do one day. You know what we should do during the holiday? We should have like a like when people like have time off work and stuff. Let's try and pull an all-nighter.
Yeah. But I've
You
just
know?
realised that we did actually stray away from the horror theme.
So what? We follow what the crowd's talking about. Yep.
It all went sideways when I ran out of tea.
Oh,
But
here you go. Diane has a question about music. Do you still purchase vinyls or do you stream? MJ, same for you. I am primarily a streamer because I don't collect vinyl. I have a ton of CDs. I will listen to CDs, but it's mostly whatever I have on my phone. I miss just the solo iPod, but yeah, I do the free Spotify. That's it.
okay, well, I don't like Spotify for legal reasons. Just the way that it pays out money and stuff. I try and avoid Spotify, so I use YouTube a lot. But I'm asking for a proper CD player for Christmas because we haven't really got one at the minute. And I've got thousands of CDs, and I'm still buying CDs, but I've got a backlog of about 20 CDs that I've bought that I can't play or haven't played yet. They're still sealed, and I want to play them. So yeah, I'm definitely more of a CD fan. I've got vinyl, but you've got to have a really good player to appreciate it. You've got to have separates. I think you've got to have separate speakers and an amp and a record player. So it's a big payout, and you got to have all the space in your front room to do it. So yeah, I've never really been a massive vinyl collector, but I totally get it. But I'm definitely more of a CD man, and I'd miss buying. Well, that's why I'm doing my 100 album challenge. So I don't know if anyone is aware of my 100 album challenge. Yeah. Some of them get loads of views, and some of them don't get so many views. But it's interesting to look at it. It's we've had 50 so far. So literally, we're on that cusp of halfway through the 100 album challenge. And as you know, they're scheduled up, aren't they, already? So they go on till December 2024, I think it is. I think that's the last one. The last one, I deliberately, just spoilers, the last one is a box set. So that was the last 100 album challenge that I chose. I thought I'd choose a box set. So that's a box set called The Dawn of Doo-Wop. That's what I chose for the number 100. But yeah, I did that because I was annoyed that I didn't have a way of playing CDs. I wanted to praise CDs, like rave about them. And I thought a nice way of doing that is to literally think about the ones I own. Out of all the albums I own on CD, which ones would I say were great albums? Not necessarily like perfect, but great albums. So that's how I got that idea for the 100 album challenge.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So good. So okay, we've got almonds. Diane's hubby popped in and said hello. Hello, hubby. Dave said, my first Joni album was The Hissing of Summer Lawns. I really love her Mingus.
Yeah, Mingus is the more jazzy one. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, brilliant. She's just brilliant. Doesn't matter what she does, really. Yeah.
Bitter Allman said Midnight Oil, the cleaner version of Morrissey. Oh man, I don't think I would put both bands in the same sentence. Whew.
Yeah, they're completely different. Midnight Oil are a bunch of lefties.
Yeah,
that's really weird.
I'd love to have seen one of the Midnight Oil gigs that they did with Richard Thompson as a guest.
I did not know that Richard Thompson was guested with him. I'm a huge Richard Thompson fan as well, and I've seen him many, many times. Yeah. Richard Thompson's definitely worth checking out. MJ, do you know Richard Thompson?
No.
Listen to his album Amnesia. It's really good.
Is he just a solo artist?
Yeah, he used to be in the kind of the band that often gets called the inventors of British folk rock, called Fairport Convention. He was in that band for a couple of years, and then he went solo. And he's always stayed with them and done like live gigs with them, because they do this like annual festival themselves. But he's I don't know if he's I don't know if he's been knighted. He might have been knighted, but he's definitely a huge part of sort of British guitarists, if you like, over the years. He's an amazing guitarist, but also a really good songwriter. Write down on your list the song Cold Kisses by Richard Thompson. Okay. That songwriting 101, Cold Kisses, by anyone watching this chat in a minute at, what is it, 5 a.m. or whatever it is.
Yes.
Listen to Cold Kisses by Richard Thompson. Unbelievable lyrics. Yeah.
David and Olive say, you don't sleep.
I probably will in a minute.
I know. Yeah. That would be a fun 24-hour conversation. I think we need to play Sunday Morning by the Velvet Underground. Yeah. I love the Velvet
Yeah.
Underground. Easy by the Commodores. Yes. Easy like a Sunday
I love singing that. I
morning.
do that in pub gigs and weddings and stuff. I love that one.
Streaming here, pay for Amazon Music. I have about 2,500 CDs, so I am my own listening bar. I'm planning on parting with all my CDs for space reasons. Maybe I can pass some on to you. Yeah. Remember the music clubs? Yeah, Columbia. Yep. All right. We have ended the end of the comments. This has been so much fun. I'm exhausted, but
great.
9 people hung with us.
It's
They're
amazing.
awesome.
Absolutely amazing.
I'm
It's been a
getting,
really lovely chat. I mean, yeah, we knew that it would be fun, but it's
yeah.
quite mad. We've
And for
chatted
everyone that hung out with us till the end, thank you so much. This has been a blast. It's always good hanging with my buddy.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll do it again soon.
Not tomorrow.
I'll give you a couple of hours to get yourself ready. And
No, I need to get some solid sleep tonight for sure.
I've got to move these Stephen King books.
Yeah, or else you're not going to sleep.
It's ridiculous.
You should make a short of that.
This BookTube thing's weird, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? I have to keep pulling books out and take them out of boxes. Got to put them up back in the loft. Oh, I don't know if I'll keep doing this. Do you know what I mean? It's a lot of hassle, isn't it?
You just got 1,000. You're not going back now. Stop it. Take out
What
the
was that?
books. You just got 1,000.
Yeah, that's awesome, isn't it? And that's partly down to you. It's partly down to these people that, and apparently Al's got 500 different accounts or something. But yeah,
That's awesome.
thanks, guys. And
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, see, now that's a good one. Watson likes that song, Sunday Kind of Love by Etta James, in honor of this good one.
That's a
Yes.
James.
All right, now everyone get a good night's sleep. This is MJ talking. I want you to get a good night's sleep. I want you to wake up refreshed tomorrow so you can tackle your books. Get some reading time in tomorrow. Okay, kids? Okay. All right.
Okay.
Let's
I'm
do
going
that.
to. Actually, I haven't really had any dinner tonight. I think I'm going to have my dinner now.
Well, you got it. We'll have breakfast and go to bed. That's all. Have breakfast in bed. Yes. We'll have breakfast in bed with Stephen King.
With Stephen King. Yeah. I'll read all 51 books at the same time. I'll do like a sentence each. And then it'd be like David Bowie's lyrics, wouldn't it? That's how he writes lyrics.
He did. Yep.
I'm getting back on that chat, by the way. So
I had to bow out. I couldn't. I can't do it.
Oh, you bowed out. Oh.
I lasted a month, and then I said, you know what? I just couldn't do it.
Did you? Actually, I just realized I don't like him after all.
No, it's that I think I didn't want to hear people's opinions about music that I love. Bottom line, I want to keep my daydreams and keep my thoughts to myself. So I couldn't do it. Yeah, I just couldn't do it.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
one of my favorite albums by him, everyone hates, and I listen to that album once a week at least. Yep.
Which one?
The Glass Spider, the Glass Spider tour.
Yeah. I think a lot of his 80s stuff is really good.
Yeah, the whole album is fantastic from start to finish. Yeah, but not a lot of people like it.
I think the Glass Spider tour. I think I might be wrong, but I think Adrian Belew might have been involved in that tour.
He might have been. Charlie Sexton was there, and
it may not have been Adrian.
Gosh, there's
he was involved in the Sound and Vision tour, which is, I think that was the one afterwards.
Yeah, there were a lot of people on that, but it's not the name of I can't think of the name of the album. I can't think of it's too late. I can't think.
Yeah, Time Will Call was a single from it, wasn't it?
It was. Day In, Day Out. Day In, Day Out was really good.
Yeah.
So many good ones. All right, everybody's telling us to get the hell to bed. All right.
But
yeah, Gareth, congratulations on hitting 1,000.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thanks for setting us up. This is all a bit last minute, wasn't it? And then it
was all your idea.
Really good.
It was all your
Well,
idea.
can I say this stool is the worst thing to sit on for 4 hours. I've got a massively sore bum. I've probably got like all sorts of warts and And I don't know. It's probably I probably need to go to doctor now.
Yeah.
Sitting on a stupid stool for 4 hours.
I don't know. I don't know about that, Dave. I think people will argue. Yeah, I think people will argue that the other one is worse because he was trying to cash out on the Let's Dance album, you know? I don't know. All right, everybody's saying good night. All right, we're going to sign off now. All right, good night, everyone. Thanks for hanging out with us for 4 hours. All right, bye. Bye, all 8 of you. Bye. See you next time.